Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. Bum, 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 bum. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be. I got the Jones, but I'm so frustrated. This is now live stream number 9. Number 9, and everything I have done so far has completely failed. I've collapsed every single time. So here I am starting again. The Jones is turning into frustration. So last night, I thought we were doing really good. All I, again, have been really trying to do is successfully get them to commute. I really, really, really wanted the train system to work, and I really want them to commute, and they just don't want to. So I set up last night, if you were tuned in, set up just one major area that just one giant square of residences over here in Trinity, Clearwater, and then enough jobs and opportunities over here in Norwich. Got everything running in both places so that they were both up and running, and just they wouldn't commute. So I'm sure that they do, and I'm sure that they can. It's just very frustrating when they have a mind of their own and they don't. I mean, we had some people commuting, but we had 1,000 people over here, and we had 1,000 jobs or whatever. We had a good amount of jobs and a good amount of people, and they just won't do it. So I don't know what the key is. I wish I could find some SimCity guru out there like you or somebody that could really explain why they aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. Oh, please forgive me. I can't believe I'm yawning. One of those where maybe too many carbs or something at dinner. So kind of passed out a little bit. Woke up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be out there playing SimCity. For nobody but me. I'm still, it's important to me. Okay, boy. So I've seen a couple of people talking about how to make really good money by getting the recycle stuff going early on and getting the electronics division going, but it still seems like you're going to need a lot of high tech. And so I don't know that I'm in such a hurry to want to make them commute at the moment. Just, I don't know. Develop them independently and not worry about it. That seems to be the secret of one gentleman's success. I was watching him, he's like, I'm making like $3 billion. with every city, and I run them independently. I start them and create them independently, and then it didn't seem like he had much going on interaction-wise between them all. But he was all about making money with the processors and the televisions. I don't even know where to begin now after 9 frustrating evenings. To make matters worse, oh, this is the most horrible part of all. You ever had to make a pot of rebrew because you don't want to make a full pot of coffee, so you just throw some water and they're like, yeah, come on, it'll make another cup. Well, just 1 cup. Oh, I thought I could get away with it tonight. Well, just 1 cup. Just put in 1 cup worth of water to get 1 more cup out of your pot of coffee. Christine makes such precise, scientifically measured coffee. Oh, this is just the worst. The worst. Doesn't matter even if you put milk, cream, and sugar in it. It's the worst. I don't want it to go to waste, so let me take a couple of sips here. Bitter coffee. Boy, okay, what to do, what to do. Yakadoo, yakadoo, yakadoo. There's no quick way. See, one of the things that guy showed me last night, he's like, look, now that I've got all these stations, here, let me gift this one town $10 million and show you how I do it. Well, I can't start out with $10 million. Can't drop all the stuff the way you're doing it. You're supposing that I can get to $10 million. Oh boy. He was really saying that you should really establish your... Pause this. Let's see how much this costs if we're kind of to go by his method. He wants... You've got to put down... I'm going to go the cheap route. He was putting down big things like trade ports. Let me put down the trade port, and you need the this, and you need that, and you got to have 4 processing plants and 4 of these. I can't. There's no way. Not without that 10 million loan that he had. Okay, so what was he doing? How do we do a short Reader's Digest condensed version of what he was doing? And will this even work without education and high tech? I doubt it. Doubt it. Playing SimCity Societies earlier, and I forgot how wonderful it was to be able to plop things without roads first. Put down whatever you want, and then you can work on your roads. Everything. I don't know that I was ever really happy with SimCity 5 here. You know, it has to be connected to a road. I hope in the future, if they bring it back, they can kind of work around that. They can kind of figure out how to get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's like the movement of fear. Now I don't know where to begin. Got stress disorder from playing SimCity. Oh, yeah. He says that if you put, was it high density? He says if you run this along this guideline around the whole city, that you can get one row of high density on the outside. So really it does seem like it is based on, you know, like 4x4 squares. That's it. I was trying to determine that last night. What's the biggest footprint we can make? And it seems to be 4x4. Okay. Some power. Then we need the dump. Or we need the sewer. And we're gonna need water. The garbage dump. And then he's saying you need the recycle plant right away. And you want alloy. Okay, so we've got a plastics line and an alloy line. Let's put in an alloy line. We don't need metal. So 2 and... I already put that in the wrong place. He said the 2 incinerators is really all you need to make sure that the trash doesn't get out of hand. Keep going down to the corner here. The wind is blowing south here. Start with 1. Okay. So now we're at 2,000, negative 2,280. Yeah, this seems awful risky. Then we need a trade depot. Right, to take the... We need a trade depot to take the processors, or take the plastic and alloy. And it comes with a freight, but we don't want the freight. We want alloy and plastics and computer plastic. So that'll produce plastic and alloy. This will collect it. And now a processing plant. processor. Processor factory. We've got metal alloy that produces processors. So what do you add in here? Put down the sign. Delivery trucks, processor assembly line. It's got one already. He was saying put 4 on it. Maybe later. And he said put down 4 of them. You were out of your mind. I can't do that right at the start. And then what? And then those go out to businesses, I guess. Now we need another trade depot just for the TVs. Or you wanted a TV plant now. We're already down to 560,000. Yeah, it's man. Consumer electronics factory. I don't know how big those, with all the add-ons, how much space we would need. TV assembly line. What do they got on here? TV assembly line. But we don't need to build anything. Just let it go. All right. I really don't need that. We need these on right at the start. So let me turn these off. Got to let this thing build up, fill these up, and then we can turn that on. All right. That's a little bit more reasonable. 2,370. Oh, he said over here we're gonna need a couple of larger generators, or the larger ones. I agree with that. These are awesome. Big ones. Big ones. It's weird. For whatever reason, whenever we put it there, that doesn't like that. And we don't have enough room. There we go. So I think if I understand correctly, that's the basics of what he was saying to build. And now he's saying you can, and I probably made it, spread it out much further than I needed to. And he says, then now you can develop the city the way that you want. I still want to plan for the darn. I'm just so maybe falsely being hopeful that we can still pull off that. And we can still pull off the trains and make them work. And so I want to leave some room to develop that. Do 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 do. Still feel like I'm missing something. Power, electricity, sewer, water. Oh, well, I got the temporary little water thing. All right. So he says we can build now. We can build on the outsides. And the wind is blowing south, so everything should blow that way. All right. This other gentleman also, again, that I keep thinking about, he's like, you know, you still should really think about putting, regardless of the design, what kind of design you want. You should try to keep everybody within walking distance of everybody else, of everything. So even though it might put industry in your neighborhood, just do it anyway, because if not, you're eventually gonna have traffic problems no matter what. So you have to be conscious of that. So, And I think the smallest you can put down that I've seen work so far is a square 4 for industrial. The only ones who won't use mass transportation are the wealthy. Wonder how many people it will take to turn on all these jobs. All right, so leaving space for them. Let's put 4 near them. Gonna need some space, leaving some space for them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So hopefully that's not too far enough for them to walk. You're gonna need room to grow. We're there. We might have to move them, but let's put. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And same with shopping. They said don't keep them too far. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what I didn't want to do to begin with, as I did not want to do urban sprawl. But we're trying to keep it on the outside track. I really wanted... I wanted to keep them all much tighter. So by placing these down, we can kind of get an idea how far we can come in off the road. So that way you've got a little area out in front of like a neighborhood or whatever. Boy, these ugly corners. Well, where are my guides? Give me some guides. It's weird. Now I don't know how many to come in. Fine. Oh my gosh, we're down to 134,000. Maybe that's why he went around the outside and filled everything up. I don't believe that's going to be enough over that cost. It's 4, 8. Well, let's turn it on and see at least, well, what happens. Figure out what happens. See if we can cover that 2,560 dead if we're just going to crash. But we put all those things in place. He said that will make us the big bucks right off the bat. That shouldn't work. Do 599. See, these things don't have tech levels. It's only the industry. Maybe that's why he says it doesn't matter. You can just go with it right away. They don't require all the tech levels. That doesn't make any darn sense. But maybe that's just in, you know, if you're playing and not in the sandbox mode. Whoops. There's no do-overs and no take-backs. That was a slip. Very pricey slip. Not enough simoleons. Yeah, we're really broke. I just need to be cool then just for a minute and let it run out for a little bit. We only have 20,000 bucks. Maybe he was right. If this works, then yeah. And he was right. Hey, good evening. Cheers, I'm gonna grab my coffee. Here's to your health, well-being, and prosperity. Hope you're doing great tonight. Oh boy, Simcity sure is frustrating. I do love it though. I do love it, love it. Oh, that coffee. 2,462. No recyclables yet. Let's turn that off for a moment. Trade Depot, turn that off for a moment. Garbage. So bummed last night. I was so hopeful over this week that we could really figure out just what it takes to get the rail systems working and get everybody commuting and be able to move a massive amount of people. And they were moving, they just weren't really going to work. I think they were traveling outside the city. They were fleeing. They're like, we don't want to deal with this mayor. This guy is horrible. Any place but here. Get us out of here. Okay, back up to 50,000. playing SimCity Societies in the middle of the afternoon, and that's interesting again to return to. It's so different from SimCity. There are a lot of things similar to SimCity, but it's really, really different. More creating like thematic societies, authoritarian societies, or spiritual societies, industry societies, capitalism societies. It's just very, very different, but there's something really neat about it. For example, like the medical, right? I'm plopping the medical building, the clinic or the hospital, right? And those are really your only two options. You can drop a clinic or you can drop the hospital. So with societies, I ended up dropping I tried to create this little clan of spiritualists, like Buddhist monks outside of town. And I found out that you can also create, when you create a temple, the temple has a chance of creating holy men. And it also has a chance of creating faith healers. Then if you drop the midwife next to the temple, the midwife increases the chance that they'll produce faith healers. And so doing everything I can to like beautify that area so that the people coming and going, that we can end up creating faith healers. So then they walk around and they help people, and people go to the midwife. You can still later create, medical facilities, I'm sure, and hospitals. But that was such a unique way to also deal with a medical problem in your city. Interesting stuff. SimCity Societies is a trip. The reason why I'm playing it is these days everybody's wondering what Maxis is going to do. Electronic Arts and Maxis, what they're going to do now that Inzoi's coming. Everybody says, well, we want this and we want this and we want that. And looking at it for what it has to offer the Sims community. And I think there's a lot there. Same with SimCity. People are like, I want larger cities. I want to design the streets and roads, and I want to control all the buildings, and we need to have an economy, and the things I do don't matter, and food should matter, and they want more hardcore of a simming experience. And so it would be great to see SimCity finally come back and link into the Sims if you want it to. Again, everything was optional. Yeah, the grand vision for all the Sims titles is that they would work together, but optional. Thank you for the like. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You made my evening. Okay, back up to 98,000. Again, sounds like a lot. It's not. But now I can probably get the basic services in. There's a fire truck, a fire department. And we can get our medical clinic in here. And let's create the police department. There. Now you folks are at least covered. And we'll let it run some more. Now let's give them a quick way into this neighborhood. This works. It's gonna blow my mind. So if you're just tuning in, the gentleman I was watching the other night, he's like, look, you got to make money. You got to make money fast, you know, or whatever. And the best way to make money is get the recycle place dropped as fast as you can. Get the processor facility. Get the electronics department. Get the trade depot. And prepare to make processors and televisions and whatever else. And sell those. And then he was also using large trade ports because he was going to do the great work, and that's something I haven't been able to do yet. I've never been successful at this across multiple cities to get a great work going. So that would be lovely. That would finally put an end to this Jones once and for all. Where are we at? 28 minutes after the hour. Says they want more industry still. I was trying to be all scientific about it last night because with each building you can see, you know, looking at all the different filters, you can see like building densities, how many workers they need. I'm like, okay, well, if they need 8 workers here, just putting in building by building to get 8 workers. And you can do it that way. And building density this way, like, you know, how much the profit they're making, how much freight they're producing. The data maps are great. The happiness map, so they're happy. Mostly we haven't put any decorations, we haven't put any education in yet. But they're happy. That's good. All those pulsing Kermit faces. And hopefully, again, we put everything close enough that they stay off the road. Everybody's walking. There's a car. But one here or there, that doesn't matter. But the majority of them, because you're going to have so many garbage trucks and other service vehicles running around, you can't have anybody else on the road. So you've got to build stuff close for them to work and shop. Got an unhappy, just one unhappy house right there. People keep dying. It's horrible. Well, you've got the clinic now. Says no matter what you do, if you do not keep your citizens off the street, you said at some point in the future with incoming traffic from other regions, all your service vehicles, everything, he says you're going to end up with traffic jams. Doesn't matter how elegantly you design your roads to try to divert everybody and fix the traffic jams. He said you won't be able to do it. Now this group I kind of did not. I mean, I gave them stuff around the edges, but there's, you know, not necessarily within walking distance. And normally I don't ever put any sort of industry near residences at all, because right off the bat, you know, that's going to create pollution for them, and it's going to make everybody sick over here. But okay. Okay, let's see about turning on the recycle center. And we got 2 lines. We're going to need more trucks. So this type of truck will take the stuff over to the processing plant. These just go around the city. We need these. 100 an hour. And each one was 2 trucks. All right, little simmers, go. No, they're driving. And that's a lot of the reason why those look at the trash trucks everywhere they go, or the cycle trucks, they stop at every residence. So they're creating pauses everywhere they stop. So that'll start backing up traffic everywhere. Yeah, that van is stuck right behind them. I haven't even gotten to wealth zones yet. I haven't put any decorations down, just trying to rebuild the money. But we're going to need our zones, I guess. Okay, so now we're starting to make out of the way. No recyclables, production stop. All right, we'll let that stop for a day or two then. Get that second incinerator. He says with 2 incinerators, it'll absolutely keep your dump area clean. I need to be a lot better about who I'm watching and paying attention to what channel I was watching and give credit where credit's due. So forgive me. Like, he said this and he said that, and I don't remember which channel I was watching. Hey, good evening. Cheers. So, trying something different again, but this one, I don't know. Everything always starts hopeful. So I'm referring to a gentleman I watched on some channel the other night, and he's like, the money is in the processors and the televisions. So as soon as you can, he says, just drop all the money that you've got. Drop it all. And get all that infrastructure put in to start making money. And then he says you can build your city. So that's kind of what I've done. Got the recycling center. Right now, I just did a run around this town and cleaned up everything I could. There's the processor factory, and there's the consumer electronics factory, the trade depot that'll move stuff between them. But I've currently got them shut down because we don't have enough alloy and plastics. So we need to let a couple of days run for the people in the town to make up some more trash, and then we'll turn it back on. Right now, just really trying to let our money rebuild back up. That brought us down to under 100,000. Thank goodness we put in the basics. Pizza sounds good. I haven't had pizza in a long time. Oh, this one's a new one. I haven't seen this building before. Food. Hot dogs and coffee. And something I don't normally do is put industry next to, let me go back out here and pull this up. The goal is you got to keep everybody off the roads, so bite the bullet, and instead of building like an industrial zone over here and the commercial zone over here and your residential zones over here, unless you've got the mass transit ability to move those people, you have really no choice but to start building industry and commercial right next to where they live. So within walking distance, you've got to try to keep as many people off the roads as possible. Right. All right, let's try on the recycle place again. See if they're ready to go collect some more. A little hatch up top. I really love the architecture and everything that they've created for this. They did such a really good job. It's really beautiful. It holds up really well. I mean, with today's graphics card, all the lighting, the reflections. Handles it all beautifully. Runs great. No recyclables. Production stopped. Kind of crooked. We give it to the next start of the next day, working day, about 6 or 7 in the morning. And if they don't start coming to work, then we'll shut it back down. Yeah, they're leaving. That's weird. It says production stop, but yet they're out there. All the trucks went out. Let's see if they come back with some. Okay, they're producing. Hello, cheers. Cheers, cheers. Hope you're doing well. Having a great night, great day, whatever time of day it is. Hope you have a fantastic day. Conquer the world. Hey, if you're currently playing any games, you know, it doesn't matter. It's like a game. It really doesn't matter what kind of content you're producing. If you want to let me know about it, please go into the chat room and link your channel, or if you're excited about anything that you've done, you want to show it off, let me know about it. I'll be happy to go check it out. I'm just going to be sitting here anyway, waiting for time to pass. Got nothing better to do than wait for this city to kind of build itself back up. So I like playing all kinds of games and watching all kinds of content on YouTube. If you say hi in the chat room and I'm not following you, I'll go to your channel and I'll subscribe. You don't have to follow back, doesn't matter to me. That'd be great, but I don't care. I also really enjoy flight simulation stuff. I do a live stream every day, well, Monday through Friday. Do that 1 p.m. and on Fridays at noon. We do a giant Microsoft flight simulator community fly-ins on Friday at noon. So whoever's available in the community, usually they'll get together and we do a giant multiplayer flying thing. It's pretty neat, all those aircraft in the air flying around. But Monday through Friday, I'm doing the career mode stuff mostly in Microsoft Flight Simulator. All right, you guys done for the night? No recyclables, production stop. Okay, shut it down for the night. 11 p.m. They made some. They collected some alloy. So I'm following the advice of somebody who put up a video and said, dump your money into trying to get this stuff established fast. Your recycling center, your consumer electronics, and your processor factory. I haven't turned these on yet because we don't have enough alloy or plastics to send to them to knock out any of those. So, but they're paid for, they're done, they're dropped. And the rest is just now trying to let the city make up some money and try to get us back. We want to throw a giant block party all night, man. That sounds awesome. The day after, 25,000. We may toss out a bit more garbage during the party, but you don't mind, do you? Heck no. You're gonna let us throw our party or what? The mission will generate garbage. I'll do it. Yeah, do it. Like 250 something. What does it say? Like 250 cans of garbage before time is up. You have 23 hours left. Well, we added in more garbage trucks. And they're out there on the street right now. We did it right off the bat. Not a problem. Throw more of those parties, will you? That's great. They want Omega. I'm hurt. I'm definitely going to need an ambulance. Help. Simcity societies, you can make, you can deploy. Like, I mean, these guys are going to deploy anyway, but we saw it before they did. In SimCity society, you can just run over to it and click it and say, go do your thing. What do you want? That fire truck was slow to get to the last fire. Ring that bell. Let's get a fire alarm to make our response times faster. I'll do it. So you click on this and you need to add a little bell tower, fire alarm tower. And it says here, wake those sleepy firefighters from dreams of Dalmatians jumping over fences. Fire trucks are dispatched twice as fast. $75 an hour. Put up my sign. Or put up my flag. There we go. We have a flag. All right. Extinguish more fires per day than you ever have before. Great. All right. Middle of the afternoon, let's turn the recycling plant back on and send them out and see if they can collect anything. I don't know how late they'll work. Maybe it's too late in the afternoon for them. No, there they go. Good. Are you stuck in the ground there, mister? You all right? Or are you just really short? Cool, there they go. So that's plastics and this is alloy, and we need both of those for processors and electronics. He says once you start selling these, you're gonna be making money hand over fist. He goes, even if you're running a deficit, you'll be making tons and tons and tons and tons of money. That was all they're able to collect for the day. All right. $10 o'clock at night. Shut it down. Something I didn't do, and normally you can do, you can usually increase the taxes to 12. They're not going to be happy about it, but I guess they won't necessarily leave or freak out too bad. But we'll do that to start, to try to rebuild our treasury back up. A lot better than 1,000. They don't really do in live streaming. We aren't bound by broadcasting rules like back in the day. Any broadcasters, so like at the top of the hour, certain times of, like if you're listening to radio stations or watching certain televisions, you know that they always had the FCC required you to do station identifications, right? And in your commercial breaks or whatever for your sponsors. So I don't have a station identification, but I've got a teaser and I can play that. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. The Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. It has been. I was so excited the other night starting to play the Jones. Oh, I've been thinking a lot about The Sims. I love The Sims. And that's kind of where this is coming from. I love SimCity. Been a long time player of the old ones, you know. 4321, 3000, 2000. And the family are Sim fanatics. Fanatics, I tell you. And so Christina's picked up all the latest kits or expansion packs, whatever they've released recently. And I haven't loaded it up recently, but I'm going to soon and try out all the new stuff. But every time I start playing, I start thinking, man, I want SimCity back. I want to be able to jump out of my Sims and go work on my city. And then when I'm working on the city, I'm like, I want to jump in and go in and alter and create Sims for these things. I want to make sure all my guys working at the police department or the fire department or the medical clinic, that they're all specialized Sims. And so I've been active in the forums. So that active recently. I've been lurking a lot lately and looking at all the things that people are saying that they want for Sims 4, or, you know, we were expecting Project Renee, Sims 5. And then we don't know if they're going to move forward with that or not. But it seems that a lot of the things that people are looking for with regards to future gameplay for the Sims, it seems a lot of the answers might be found in SimCity, Streets of SimCity, Simcopter, Simtower. Oh boy, look at these fires. I wonder if we got arsonists running around out there. And over 30 years ago, about 30 years ago, the creator of SimCity and The Sims, he teased us. He teased us badly, and he showed us how he can load in his Sims into SimCity, or vice versa, loading the SimCity into The Sims. And we knew that we could do similar things with Streets of SimCity and Simcopter. And so the way I remember it, we were promised the Sims. The SimCity community, the Sims were for us. And so there's a large group of old school SimCity players like myself. We've been waiting the entire time for the Sims to incorporate into SimCity. And they tried convincing us for 30 years that, well, SimCity people aren't going to play The Sims, and Sims people aren't going to play SimCity. And I really honestly believe that that was one of these psychological tricks, that you put out a bunch of shills into the community to tell everybody that, and therefore they don't have to bring them together. They don't have to do these things. Well, now 30 years later, everybody's like, well, where's all this other stuff? Where's all the other, you know, why don't we have cars? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? So pretty sad overall with EA over the years for doing what they've done. And you can definitely see a period of time when you read as I'm reading and trying to learn the full history of Maxis and what happened. There definitely seems a period of time where around 1997, 1998, where Electronic Arts really forced the hand, and they're like, well, we're taking creative control or executive control, and they just stopped everything from working together, and they never brought back all the other good stuff. I would love Streets of Simcity. Okay, back up to 300,000. 9:30 in the morning. Let's go turn on the recycle plant. That's so funny when you see things in SimCity that are obsolete now. Or what was it? It was in no, it was in Societies today. One of the buildings that you can drop down is a video rental place, and there aren't any anymore in the world, I don't think. There are no longer Blockbuster Video or any Hollywood Video, or there are no video rental places anymore. That's a trip. They were a part of our lives for so long. The video stores, I think that was like my, I don't want to be too blasphemous, but like, you know, holy ground. Just every weekend, or during the week, going to rent movies. Other than the movie theater, we didn't have a movie theater in my town in Castle Rock growing up. You had to go to Denver. So the video store was just the greatest thing in the world. Other than a comic book store and a record store. We did have a record store. We did not have a comic book store. Okay, 8:30 at night, turning off the recycle place. So slowly but surely they're filling it up. guy wants me to build the academy. That guy wants me to start making Omega something. It's a, I don't know what the hell it is. I don't know what Omega is. It's some sort of substance that I don't really get it. Then this guy over here wants me to join the dark side, promote crime, and Dr. Vu. I don't like bad guys. I like superheroes. And there's a Maxis man you can get in the law field. See if we can get him a little bit later. And then we could pull a double cross on Dr. Vu. We'll build his tower, but we'll double cross him and have enough police in place to take all of his people down. But in the police department, yeah, so there's the Dr. Vu Tower. Consumer shop at Vu Tower for the ubiquitous Vu Tech gadgets, while Dr. Vu does business with the local high-tech companies. A constant stream of ordinary residents are converted into criminals to serve the villainous will of Dr. Vu. But it increases the tech level of nearby buildings. Accept freight shipments from local industries, blah, 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 blah. And when you click on it, yeah, I dropped it down for the very first time the other day just to look at it. Sure enough, yeah, it can create henchmen and criminals, and it had two other categories that it seems like you could open up. Now, Maxis Man, like our Bruce Wayne character, Maxis Man trains his body and mind to defeat Dr. Vu here when he's not responding to crime, fire, or emergencies. If Maxis Man captures Dr. Vu, he holds him captive here. And I don't remember if there were upgrades to this place or not. $900 an hour. And there's criminals running on the street. I kind of want to drop Maxis Man now. $900 an hour. Okay, a robbery going on over here. Well, how much for the cop cars? Where the jail's full up. Should do more practical things first, like building on, getting some more cars and building on the jail. 300. 500. Put our sign out. Put our flag out. All right, so we'll at least get another cop car and a jail cell for right now. They're worried about the crime. Park it here for a minute, lean back, grab the coffee, just let it go for a minute. Try to be calm. That is some horrible, horrible coffee. Ugh. I just need to go make a new pot. You ever had rebrew? Ugh. But sometimes you think you can get away with it. You're like, come on, I can get one more cup of coffee out of this if I just add a tiny bit more water and brew just 1 cup. No. Christine makes like scientific perfect coffee. Not one more drop of water passes over the coffee beans than, or whatever, rounds, than are needed. And then if I go back in there like tonight and I'm like, I just want 1 cup of coffee, and I let 1 drop of water go over those coffee grounds, the whole thing is just, it's so bitter and horrible. As a matter of fact, it's 15 minutes after the hour. I'm going to do that. I said I wanted to just kick back for a minute and just let the time run and try not to be impatient about anything. Just let some time pass and let our treasury build back up. So if you don't mind, please forgive me. I'm going to step away for a minute and I'm going to go make a fresh pot of coffee and throw this coffee out because it's just grossing me out. It's too bad. I'll be right back. And again, thank you for tuning in. You put a big smile on my face and you made my day. A goofier smile than that little cartoon one that I have in the corner. That's me from when I was in Starfleet. Tell you all about it. Yep, I was in Starfleet. So yeah, the cartoon little watermark in the corner. Me with that big cheesy smile. That was actually me 2004, 2005. The me from 2004, 2005, when I was in Starfleet. So in the years before Star Trek Online came out, I was a member of the Star Trek community. Had been since I was a little boy. And so very big into wanting them to develop an MMO for years. And so when they first started announcing they were going to do it, you know, I was right there in the forums, always, every day, trying to be involved. And then all of a sudden I found myself kind of like a community leader. And involved with the Hailing Frequency podcast. There's a new one out there that's been running since, I don't know, 2013 or so, maybe a little bit earlier. But our group was the first Hailing Frequency podcast. So if you were to go on the internet and type in Hailing Frequency podcast, you're going to find the old podcast from 2004 to 2010. And then the next Hailing Frequency podcast, which I don't believe we had any, I don't recall any connection to them whatsoever. But we had run our run pretty much. You know how things go, bad blood after a while with everything. But either way, if you were to type in Kinneas Hailing Frequency podcast, yeah, NNES, that's me, you're going to find just days and days and days of content of me and my Hailing Frequency podcast days. Then you're going to find lots and lots and lots of content, me with internet radio. I helped create and created the first internet radio stations for Star Trek Online. I'm the first Star Trek Online DJ. For a while there, I had a lot of connections in Star Trek, writers. And I'm in a Star Trek comic book. Well, just for a panel or two, but I'm there. Star Trek Year 4, written by Derek Chester and DC Fontana, going over the exploits. If there would have been a fourth season of the original series of Star Trek, it was those stories that would have been produced and aired. And I knew the writer, the co-writer, Derek Chester, and we used to chat a lot. And so I was always in the community getting shot at for my opinions. And so I get shot in the Enterprise experiment number 2, I think, page 14. The Romulans chase down the Enterprise. So there was an episode of the Star Trek, the original series, where Spock, we thought that Spock had went rogue and he went and joined the Romulans, and he was hooking up with that female Romulan subcommander, the real pretty one. And in the end, we find out that Spock was just acting crazy so he could go steal their cloaking technology. And that's really how that episode ends, and we don't ever know more about that. Well, if there would have been a fourth season, the story we would have got is, well, she's disgraced, she's mad, the Romulan Empire is mad. Anyway, they get their ship working, and the Romulans end up ambushing the Enterprise a little bit later. And they do a boarding party. And so in the middle of this boarding party fight, you see this red shirt get popped and hit. And they say, "Tut Hill's down." That's me. And then in the next panel, you see somebody like helping me out of the way. So I'm a red shirt who got shot and lived, which is nice. So then 2016 came along and everybody went political, and the Star Trek community just freaked out. Everybody who was nice wasn't nice anymore, and it used to always be, hey, we don't care who you vote for, just go vote, right? It's always been that way. That's the way it's always been. And then all of a sudden, oh, you didn't vote the way we wanted? Well, then they had the audacity to say that you're not welcome in the Star Trek community anymore. It's like, folks, I've been part of this community since I was 5 years old. Because I didn't vote the way you wanted me to vote. That's the way you want to be. And so sadly, I haven't had any involvement with the Star Trek community since 2016, after being in Las Vegas for the 50th anniversary. You know, I started watching Discovery when it first came out, but then I got so darn mad again. I haven't watched anything, and I'm really sad about that. They've got, you know, all the new Star Trek stuff that came out after that. And so we had Discovery, and then you got Strange New Worlds and Star Trek Picard, and I've just been so upset and hurt with the Star Trek community that I'm not going to watch it. Maybe one of these days, but right now I'm still just too mad. And then things have still, lately with politics, everybody's still losing their minds. So I don't want anything to do with anything. It's not worth it. I don't care. I don't like bullies. It's not American to me. Vote how you want. I don't have to like it. So yeah, that's a little bit about me as we sit here and just watch this city try to recover. We're back up to 590,000, which is awesome. And it's 12:47 at night, so I got to remember to turn on the recycle plant again this next day. But I am surprised this is working. I didn't think it was going to. And there's a lot, you know, there's a lot more to do. I'd really kind of want to specialize this city if we start making the money. I've never had a real good city with education, and as the teaser trailer says, I'd never really get to the good future stuff. The Star Trek stuff, I always seem to implode before I get there. Well, this might just be the secret to sandbox mode. So, by the way, anyway, nice to meet you. I am Kinneas. I was the first Kinneas on the internet. I don't know if people have access to those archives. How do you access like the archives to find like the first 500 websites on the internet? The very first 500. Who were the very first people on the World Wide Web when it was created? Who had a presence? There's some weird archive somewhere that shows that when the World Wide Web was created, that by the time there was 500, the first 500 websites, I was already out there. I learned about creating galleries, and I was trying to create galleries for artwork and put up a website with my artwork back then. So I've been around a long time. Okay, turn on the recycle plant. No, puts us down to 2,198. Good though, we're still making money. The two incinerators seem to be doing just fine. We don't have any accumulation in our dump out there. That's nice. And they're not constantly running because we don't have just a big mound of trash. So it's just dealing with it as it comes in. So speaking of specialization, there's a lot of things that you can do later with this button here, city specialization. So this doesn't have any resources other than water, this or Trinity Point out there. All the industry is going to be over at Norwich Hills, over up on that hill and down in that valley back there. Oil fields, ore, coal, they're loaded. They've got it all. So this is for them. If you want to specialize in coal mines, ore mine, the metals headquarters, the smelting factory, and the advanced coal mine. Here's all the drilling. Oil refinery, petroleum headquarters, oil well. The trade depots. It's a trade port for water and rail. It's really cool. What we got going on here, the electronics. We've got the processor plant, processor factory, and the consumer electronics factory. Culture. Landmarks, stadiums, attractions, and worship. And that's kind of what I think I want to develop out here in this town. Something. So all the list of landmarks. Coolest one I found so far. Normally they just increase medium wealth, or they increase something. Raises medium wealth land value. Some of these, though, they actually do other things. Like this one here. The Tokyo Tower. It broadcasts J-dramas and anime to all the homes in the city. Medium tourist attraction, raises medium wealth land value. But, you know, again, we got that broadcasting perk with it. I like that a lot. Worship, these are free. You can drop stone church, a mosque, modern temple, more of like a Zen Buddhist temple. Devout Sims will come here for a new perspective and return home feeling fulfilled. Don't bulldoze the temple if you want to stay in good graces. So you get 4 of these for free. Either one, you can mix and match. Attractions. Picked this up the other day. The amusement park. It was a DLC for SimCity. And I haven't used it yet. So I'm excited about exploring these. And I guess you can build on these too, like, you know, you click on things and add more to it. So Funshine Amusement Park, Wheels of Wonder Amusement Park, Thrill Land. Add concession stands to your amusement park to increase your profit. Same thing, concession stands. Here's our standard ones. The world's largest ball of twine. Larry the large llama. The giant garden gnome, Dolly the dinosaur, And my favorite, the Maxis Man statue. Stadiums. Expo Center. Pro Stadium. Then we have, if you want to create a gambling town, the Gambling House. This is for low and medium wealth. Gambling Headquarters, Sci-Fi Casino, Sleek Casino, Roman Luck Casino, and Elegant Casino, like Caesars. Mega Towers. Again, I can't ever get these to work. Again, I'm not good enough with SimCity 5 yet. But I'd like to figure this out. Mega Towers with mall levels. And then you can get, like our colleges, you can keep stacking them on top of it and keep making it larger. The Sky Bridge, we saw that in the intro teaser. Connect Mega Towers with elevated mag card track that allows Sim to travel between Mega Towers. Sims may never need to travel on roads again. Man, that actually kind of freaks me out. The Academy, Research Advanced Technologies. And then this is what you need to operate future tech. I get it's like Wi-Fi. It's like it sends out the Wi-Fi signals to control all this advanced technology. It's basically like looks like a giant router. 3 Wi-Fi radio towers on it. But that's basically how it works. For this advanced future tech stuff, you've got to have control net. Enough control net to meet the demands for the high-tech stuff. And then this stuff here, Omega. Omega Factory. Omega wants to help you make a fortune. Manufacture Omega from crude oil and raw ore. Amass piles of simoleons as you convert factories and shops in your city and the region into Omega co-franchises. And this introduces neat stuff. Drones, says drones reduce traffic, extend Omega Core market shares. So the factory and the headquarters. So we'll see about getting some drones later if this all works out. Okay, back up to 694,000. How's our alloy and plastic gathering? Well, slow. They've added a couple more pallets. But it's 7 o'clock at night, so let's turn it off. We don't have any other red flags popping up. Kinda. Fire department. City burning. The city is burning. They want more. Well, temporarily, until we get build a bigger station, I guess I can give you a... Oh, don't do that. I can give you another truck or two. There you go, 2 more fire trucks. See if that doesn't help you fellas. And or ladies. You want to be... fire women? Same with the medical. A lot of health issues. I don't doubt it, because I've ended up putting a lot of industry right next to where people live to try to keep the Sims off the road. All right, let's give him another hospital bed. What's going on? All right, so treatment capacity 10. Waiting room capacity 10. Patients waiting 9. All right, so we're going to need another room. Patient rooms wing. Put out our sign. And we'll get him another ambulance. That pot of coffee should be done. Pardon me a moment. I'm going to go grab us a cup. You like cream or sugar? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll be right back. Nope. Go outside. Oh, so much better. So I made a pot of rebrew earlier, you know, where you don't want to make a fresh pot of coffee, so you just throw some more water in there and hope that you can get a decent cup out of it. No. That was the worst, bitter, horrible. Ugh. Anyway, I got a fresh pot. Made a fresh pot. Doing all right. That's not so bad. Some of these people are increasing density. $695,000. And like the last couple nights, I'm just kind of kicking back now. I gotta let the treasury rebuild, so I'm trying to be really cool and not get in here and start making a whole lot of changes in this first hour. So, just tuning in, somebody I was watching earlier who put out a video on how to make millions in SimCity. He says the key is the recycle center, the processor factory, and the electronics factory. These are currently off because I don't have enough materials to produce processors or televisions. So, I've got a plastics line here at the recycle center and an alloy. And once these fill up, then we turn on the trade depot and or that place is for storage, or we add another truck, one of these trucks. Somehow or another, we add another truck. Then they deliver all that stuff over to the processor factory, make the processors, and then they send them over here to be put in the TVs. And then I guess we make lots of money. And then he's like, and then you can build your heart's content, build whatever kind of cities you want, and you're good. If that's the key, then good, we're good. But the last 9 nights of live streaming, nothing's gone right. But we have never had any of this stuff. So again, right now I'm just letting the treasury refill in each day. come in and turn this on for a little while and let those recycling trucks go out there and gather. We're almost full. Then we start increasing all the trucks over here, trucks over there, and start ramping everything up for more and more and more. So let me kind of park it right here for a moment and grab my coffee. I hope you're having a great night, a great day, whatever time of day it is. Whatever you're going to do today, I hope you knock it out of the park. The world is a weird place right now, but don't let it get you down. Keep that smile on your face. Stay positive. If you want to advertise what you're doing in the chat room, or you want to have me follow, just say hi, drop an emoji, do anything in the chat room, and that'll allow me to quickly go to your channel and subscribe. I'm playing SimCity Societies during the day, and once I get this Jones out of my system and that Jones out of my system, I'm going to be reloading the Sims again. Christine has purchased all the latest packs or kits or whatever, and I haven't had a chance to check any of that stuff out. I haven't checked anything out since For Rent. I loved For Rent. That was great. I love subdividing lots. I love putting a whole bunch of people into larger structures. I was having a blast. It really was. And Horse Ranch was a lot of fun. I'm into the robots, so I had all my robots learning how to ride horses. And I guess they've got some new business ones. They've got family stuff now. They've done a lot. So can't wait to check all that out. And then look for something new. I got to get back to Manor Lords. They've been patching that thing and adding to that thing, and I haven't played that in a while. I beat it once. So who knows if I can beat it now with what they've been doing. That one just gets better looking every time I play it too, so excited about getting back to that one. Normally in the day at 1 p.m. in the afternoons, Monday through Thursday, I do my flight sim live stream. And I've been learning how to fly in the simulator for a couple of years now. And I'm doing the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 career path stuff. And working my way up to eventually create a company. But I guess you need same thing with like this. You need lots and lots and lots of money if you're going to create a company. I guess everything's super expensive, all the insurance, and so I'm in no hurry. I want to play Civ 7, and they said it's improving with this latest patch, but when it first came out, people were like, I don't know. Sim 7 in VR sounds like a trip. I don't have VR. But the commercials are really cool. There's Cities. I played Cities. I haven't played Cities 2. And I haven't played any high action games in a long time, but I see they've released a new Doom game, Doom: The Dark Ages. That looks insane. So I just, for old time's sake, because I played Doom way back in the day, I might pick up Doom Dark Ages. I don't do any live streams that are like high action and woohoo or team play. I really need to. This stuff gets really dry. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning. For putting a smile on my face. It's 11:49. I'm just kicking back for the moment. Trying to let my money rebuild, and we're doing good. We're back up to 767,000. We can get back up to 900,000 shortly. I'm going to be so pleased. That's pretty much right where we started before we blew everything trying to set up this infrastructure over here. And we're so close to being there. I love it. And we're so close to filling up our first bays of process of plastics and alloys. So surprisingly, they emphasize so much, you know, getting up to high-tech levels for the high-tech industries. But these things don't, well, we're going to find out here real soon if these will operate or not. But it doesn't seem like these require you to have high-tech before you can use them. And that is why the gentleman that I was watching in a video is like, try to put them down fast then. Just use them and they're going to make that. This is how you make the most money in Simcity. Selling TVs and processors. So he said, you've got to hurry up, knock out the recycle plant, knock out those buildings. And then he says, and then you can, once you get that all working right and making money, he says, go crazy. Then you can have all the fun you want and no stress. You don't have to stress with your city anymore. Just have fun building the kind of city that you want. And if that is the case, then over the next couple of days, just exploring things I haven't explored, maybe try to do a great work, and if so, then we satisfy the Jones. You don't know what I'm talking about when I say the Jones. I got a Jones. You know what a Jones is? It's when you're driven or itching to do something. You got it on your mind. You can't get it off your mind. That's the way it's been with SimCity lately. It's just been on my mind. Here, let me play this for you real quick. I'll be right back. It's only like a minute or two. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. And it has. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. It is a madness. Absolutely. The band madness. One step beyond. Hey, just remember something. You are capable of amazing things. Every day is a new opportunity to shine. Your potential is limitless, and you are stronger than you know. Just felt that you needed to hear that. Or maybe I needed to hear it. We both needed to hear it. Okay, we're back up to 816,000. This is working well. It's 11. 48 in the afternoon. Let's turn on the recycle plant and send those guys out there. The city must have some by now. Giddy up, boys, gals. I'm still amazed at how good it looks. I don't think they did a great job with The Sims. SimCity Societies did a better job with The Sims when you zoom into them. They're great in Societies. But anyway, the architecture, it holds up really well. All the buildings look beautiful. All the textures are sharp and crisp. You got a lot of reflectivity going on. And I don't know how much... Either way, the newer video cards, like the 4070 here, handles it beautifully. They did beautiful buildings in this game. It'd be great to have all these as ploppables in The Sims, and then you can go in and customize. One of the things that The Sims is seriously lacking in to bring it up to speed with SimCity is we don't have much industry at all in Sims. And I'd like that to be a future expansion pack or kits or whatever. We have all the jobs in the world now. You can go do anything you want. You can even create your own jobs now, like tattoo artist right out of your home, pottery, be a mentor. You can make a business out of anything, but they don't have any industries. Everything's usually about going green, you know. But if they're ever going to bring it in line and bring back SimCity, we're going to need industry for The Sims. And that appeals to me. I like playing characters who are handy and like the construction work and mechanical stuff. We don't have an auto body shop. We don't have cars yet. But I would love some factories. And I hope somebody over there at EA and Maxis is like, yep, we have to. We'll have to bring The Sims and the SimCity together. You know, not mandatory. But for those people that want, you know, they want to be able to create their own region. They want to create all the streets. They want to place all the buildings. They want an economy. They want resources to matter. You know, they want larger types of gameplay for their sim regions. I hope that makes sense. Have you hear pauses in the music or the sound or anything? This game was made before I think they expected people to have two monitors. One of those games where if you click over to your other monitor or go click on something else like OBS, it defocuses and you can't hear the sound like that. This is working well. Gentleman I was watching earlier said, put up 2 incinerators. He says 2 incinerators will keep that dump area empty. And because it's doing it as it's coming in, it's not running the whole time, creating a massive pollution. So normally, you know, you just put down your garbage thing and you just let it go. And all of a sudden you need more than one of these. So you got to expand it and put down another dump area. And then after a while, you're like, oh my God, the trash is out of control. So then you drop an incinerator, and then those things are running 24/7, and they're just trying to keep up with all that trash, and just it's bad. It's bad. So they did a really good job with this. A lot of people were not happy with the online play or all the things that went wrong with it. And then they kind of announced that it's dead. Well, nothing's dead forever. Look at Microsoft Flight Simulator. They said they would never make Flight Simulator again. And now they're up to, they did 2020 and then they've released 2024. So nothing is dead forever. And I don't want to believe that SimCity is dead. It was one of the most popular franchises and popular video games of all time. So why would it just suddenly, you know, that's not our fault. It's not our, we didn't kill it. It's their decisions. When they were developing this, I was all over the forums every day. And as a Sims player, I was in their face every day. Come on, link it to the Sims. You don't know what you're doing here. You're going to need more people, and you want to get the Sims people involved, and they didn't want to do it. I was so excited. I was so hopeful at that time that they were going to link the two products together. So I do believe that they can bring it back. And again, them killing it had nothing to do with us. I mean, it's still one of the most popular games. It was one of the most popular games ever. And I believe it can be again. When you snooze, you lose, though, because again, here comes all the other city builders, and then cities took over. And so they just kind of let them. All right, we're almost back to 900,000. Can't believe it's working. Last couple of days, I've been trying desperately to get the commuting to work and building the train stations, and then building a massive group of people right next to the train station so that they would get on the train and go to Norwich Hills and go to work. And they don't really want to commute. A couple here and there. And so I don't know what the key is. And if you know what the key is, then please bless me with your wisdom. So I'm sorry I'm not going development crazy at the moment. I'm just trying to kick back and relax for a little bit, remain calm, and let the treasury build back up. And we're almost there. And then I can start thinking about specializing and redesigning. And I'm excited to fill this up. I want to see if we can get our first batch of processors and TVs made. And it's late. Let me turn this off. We're just bleeding money overnight. Everybody's doing fine, though. I don't see any red flags down here. Not enough shoppers. Well, some of these people are increasing density on their own. So you'll have some more shortly. We haven't put down any parks, any beautification. We haven't created any wealth zones yet, and we'll start doing that here in a moment. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Remember, you're great. Don't let the world get you. Don't let it bring you down. Hopefully everything can turn around and we'll see some prosperity again. Okay. You'll be alright, Donut Shop. Hang in there. Great. The jails are not crowded. 6 a day are being rehabilitated. See how our clinic is doing. 9 are being treated. We got plenty of capacity now. Good, they're on top of it. And I don't see any other things that really need to be bulldozed, so our fire department's on top of it. Good. Normally I don't build industry right in with the residents. I don't build things close together, right? So I never really put, you'll never see normally like an industry right inside the residential zone or on the perimeters because of the pollution. But the more I watch people dealing with traffic and videos on traffic, those sim gurus say, look, you have to. You may not like it, but if you want to keep people off your roads and as clear as possible, you've got to put the work in the shops as close to them as possible so that they walk. And that keeps your roads clean. And he says, if you don't, like you build your industrial zone over here and your commercial zone over here and your residences over here, every single one of them are going to be on the road. Then you've got all your traffic, your dump trucks or your garbage trucks and your recycle trucks. And then if you start putting in shuttle buses or anything else, as they go around the city, everywhere they go, they stop at every building to collect something. So they create micro pauses throughout the whole region, throughout your whole city. And he says, no matter how hard you try, if you don't keep your people off the road at the start, he says, no matter how well you design your cities for traffic flow, he says, you'll never get it under control. This is one of the only ways to do it. Until you develop really truly good mass transit, and the trains so far have been kind of a big flop for me, but the ability to move them and so that they take the mass transit, and then you can start moving the industry back over to another corner. Great, we're back up to 900,000. Great, great, great. Pardon, sorry about my camera. These are almost full. Excuse me. I don't know where you're tuning in from. Hey, thank you for tuning in. I'm really curious. I'd really like to know. Nobody really chats with me. You guys don't. You're not big into chatting. And I don't know if you even speak English. It's 12 o'clock midnight here in Colorado Springs. So people could still be up here in the United States. But I'm wondering where people are from. So Again, I don't actually expect anybody to answer me because nobody does. But I'd say in the chat room, type 1 if you're tuning in from the United States, and 2 if you're tuned in from anywhere else in the world. If you'd like to tell me where you're tuned in from, what country you're tuned in from, I'd love to know. Also interested to find out, do you play The Sims? What are your thoughts on the future of The Sims? What are you looking forward to? What do you want? What's your biggest wants for the future of The Sims? Are you bummed that Project Renee is seemingly stalled, or they just don't seem to tell us enough? How long has it been since you played SimCity? Did you play the old ones? $942,000. Great. $5:29 in the morning. Let's go turn on the recycle plant. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start introducing a little bit of education because they're awful. They don't have any. I don't have a library. I don't have anything. And I think I want to try to make this area over here the high wealth. So that's the first thing. Let's grab a high wealth object. 480 an hour, 40 an hour. It's better. It's hanging on to wanting to be medium wealth. Not really wanting to go high wealth. It's getting expensive. There we go. One little area of high wealth. Let's knock out this industry. Okay, good. And we got to dezone this area. Well, they were definitely happy about that. They immediately started changing their lots. I need to replace that job, that factory. Now, I guess high density does not use mass transit, no matter what. I guess they're just too happy and too proud to own their Porsche. And they want to drive, or they have drivers, chauffeur. So yeah, nobody's answered in the chat. That's okay. I understand. Oh yeah, I said I wanted to do some education. Education. $985 an hour still. What time is it? 6:34 in the evening. I don't know that they collected anything, but turn them off for the night. Okay, let's put down a library. Now, I guess if they don't have anywhere to shop, it says that they'll use the library and they'll slowly start increasing their education. These people have plenty of places to shop, but I'll still go ahead and drop a library over here. And I'll give the rich people a library nearby. And we'll get the grade school. I want to keep it off the main roads. Okay, now with the schools, they'll try to get there, but now you can drop bus stops. Okay. So right now I'm really only concerned about getting my rich people educated. So hopefully that's enough for their area. And as that expands, you can add more classrooms and more buses. But we've got a group of people now that are going to start being educated. And I better hold there. We're at 1,745, and that's with the recycle plant off. Five o'clock in the morning. Turn it on. And that still puts us at a positive 345. So not a lot of breathing room. So if you're not viewing and tuning in from the United States and you're tuning in from outside, peace, love, and understanding. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. Everybody's mad. Everybody's mad at everything. So I've got my hand up in the air with making a little peace symbol. You know, hey, peace, love, and understanding. We all got to become. We all have to become groovy again. A lot of you aren't old enough to remember how groovy everybody used to be. We were doing good. And I'm hoping for a, you know, they say everything in life is cyclic, you know, everything comes around, goes around. And I'm hoping that we have a period of grooviness on the planet again. I was getting real sad for a while. I watch a program on YouTube, Tribal People Try. I love it. It's folks from Pakistan, some gentlemen from Pakistan, and there's a lot of other channels like that. Irish People Try. But see, they're so much like we are. The Irish are very much like we are. They're, you know, Western civilization. So a lot of foods that they eat, it's not a big you know, it's different, but it's not entirely different. Now with Tribal People Try and watching the people from Pakistan, encountering some of our foods for the very first time, you know, you get really interesting reactions. I think they've eaten everything now, and it's not so unique. Anyway, the sad thing is they had some conflict recently with India, Pakistan and India. Everybody's getting mad, and they all started fighting the other day. And I saw they had released a video saying that we're at war. They're at war with India, but they just released an updated one the other day saying, thank you to America. You know, you've helped us get a ceasefire in place, and we really appreciate it. So good. I'm very happy to hear that. You can surprisingly grow quite fond of people that you don't know watching their channels. Speaking of channels, if I'm not following you, I would love to. So another reason to say hi or drop an emoji. If you don't speak English, doesn't matter to me. Well, then I don't know if you understand what I'm saying or not. But make a mark in the chat room, and that puts 3 dots next to your name for me to click onto, and I can immediately go to your channel and subscribe. So if you would like another follower, I'd be happy to follow you. If you would like to follow me back, hey, that'd be great. I'd really appreciate it. It'd make Christine happy. Only making $44 an hour. Yikes. 9 o'clock at night. Turn off the recycling plant. Oh, we're almost full. Almost. Getting there. So that's what this has been all about. Starting this way for the first time. Somebody I was watching earlier on one of their channels, he's like, just no matter how broke you are, try to get this stuff put into your city immediately. The recycle plant, the processor factory, consumer electronics factory, and you might need a trade port. Like, but no matter what, he says, do it first, or you're gonna struggle, as I have been. And so far, so good. I haven't got to turn any of these on yet. I'm still waiting for the alloys and the plastics to accumulate to be able to make some of these things. But he says the money that you make is great, and that will allow you to breathe easy and develop your city the way that you want. And if so, then great, because the last nights of 8 nights of trying this for hours and hours and hours on end, and every time it's fallen apart. So hopefully we have found the guy with the secret, the answers, or a way to do it. They didn't. Oh, they taught 71 students yesterday. It's a start. They've already increased their education level by a half. Down here in the right-hand corner, it says 71 of 445. And it's slowly starting to increase their education levels. And then tech levels are from the university and the community college. And that will allow you to get high-tech, clean industry. Cleaner. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're having a great day. Great night. Great evening, whatever you're doing. Whatever you're doing today, I hope you have a stellar day. Knock it out of the park. You put a big smile on my face. Hopefully somebody puts a big smile on your face today. Or you continue to put smiles on everybody else's face today. "23 minutes after the hour." So I'm sorry I'm not just actively in there building this and building that and building that, and it's kind of dry, but I've just been sitting around trying to wait for my money to pick back up and letting the recycle place every day go out and collect a little bit and try to fill up that stuff. So if this goes well, I'll be able to do a lot more production, building, fun stuff here soon. So I'll be playing, for those of you who are wondering how long, I'll be playing for like at least another 2 hours. See how far we get tonight. Maybe a little bit longer, but about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Then I gotta try to get some rest. Monday through Thursday, 1 p.m. in the afternoon, I do my Sky Dude live stream. And let me take a moment to play. Got to switch scenes and then just hang on for a moment. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't? Yeah, we'll come back to that one. This is what I do. This is my 1 p.m. live stream, Monday through Thursday. On Fridays, we do a community fly-in with the Microsoft Flight Simulator community. And that's at noon. Oh, no, not that one. Yeah. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T-Tut Hill was compelled to become Kinneas, a sky dude. And that's it. And so, yeah, I do that in the afternoon. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has a career mode now. So I'm mostly doing a little bit of career mode every afternoon, or if there's something other more interesting to do that. And again, on Fridays, the official Microsoft community fly-ins, and it's open to everybody who plays 2020 and 2024. And it's wonderful seeing 50 planes in the air all flying. It's pretty great. And if you don't know anything about me, but you'd like to verify something about me, if you type in my name, Kinneas, Kinneas, and then type in Star Trek or hailing frequency, you should be able to find information going all the way back to 2004. I was heavily involved in the Star Trek online community, heavily into podcasting with the Hailing Frequency podcast for years. And then everything started going live. And so I created the first internet radio stations for Star Trek Online. And I was the first Star Trek Online DJ. And did that for a long time. And I tried over the years to get everybody into the role-playing aspect of it, because I didn't want to just do Star Trek news, and I wanted it to be... I wanted to feel like it was part of the Star Trek universe. So I encouraged all the DJs, whoever wanted to really get into the role-playing aspect of it. You know, try to make people listening feel like you're a real radio station. In the Star Trek universe. And so anyway, I had a lot of fun with that over the years. And was involved with inspiring a Guinness Book of World Record. The most dressed trekkers in one location. And then around 2016, again, politics, it ruins everything. Everybody went crazy. And so I have really not been involved with the Star Trek community since 2016. Everybody lost their mind, and I just said, I don't want any part of it until everybody becomes groovy again. And so I'm just out here playing other games now and doing my flight simulator thing, but that's who I am. I'm Kinneas. Hey, I'm still here. If you were ever into Star Trek Online, who knows? You may have tuned in one night to Subspace Radio. I launched that, and then there was STO Radio. Then there was Trek Radio, and then the last one was I was trying to shoot for the all in character radio, and that was UFP Media. And we were at the 50th anniversary in Las Vegas. It's groovy. And then right after that, yeah, the world went nuts and went crazy. Everybody went crazy with politics. But anyway, yeah, from 2004 all the way to 2016, heavily involved in the Star Trek community. So it's nice to meet you. All right, we've made $1 million. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Turn on the recycle place, have them go out there. Almost full. The goal at the moment is to try to get these 2 bins to fill up with alloy and plastic, and then we want to come over here. And we're going to turn this bad boy on. And this place makes processors. And it uses the alloy and the plastic. And it knocks out processors. All right. But it doesn't stop there. There's more. Then we want them to come across the street and deliver the processors over here to the consumer electronic factory. And it still looks like they do use alloy and plastic, but they need those processors. And I guess this is where the money is at. And he says, if you can do this and get this up and running without imploding right off the bat, he says you will have so much money that then you can just build your ultimate city to your heart's desire and make enough money to send over to the next city a gift. You can gift and gift them all. He says, gift them like 10 million simoleons. I can't even imagine having that much. And then go over to the next city and do the same thing. Set up these first. Let them get going. Just set up a bunch of people around the town, enough to cover your expenses. And then boom. Count de Monet. And I hope so, because I've been at this this is evening number 9. In the first couple of nights, I think I was live streaming for 9 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. And every bit of it failed. Completely fell apart. Last night was a total disaster. I was so hopeful. Was trying to get a large group of people living in an area like this, as many people as I could fit. Excuse me. And then bring the train station down, and then have enough jobs over in Norwich Hills over there, up on the top of the hill, so that they would take the train and go work over there. And only a handful of people wanted to go commute. And so both towns just collapsed. So I still haven't figured out the key to the train mass transit and getting them all to use the train. Rediscovered that high wealth people don't use mass transit. They're too posh. They have some nice houses. Wouldn't that be nice? That'd be great. Who doesn't love pillars and columns? Oh, in the middle of the afternoons, I'm also exploring SimCity societies. All this is because of my love for The Sims. I'm wanting to look at all the things in the that I can in some of the older Maxis titles like this and societies, and we don't have streets anymore in Copter or Tower, but with all the competition coming out from Inzoi and other sim-like stuff, the community is really wanting them to move into the future. Give us cars, give us this, give us that. And I think a lot of these gameplay ideas found in earlier Maxis titles is probably the key to helping the Sims through the next decade. Everything people in the forum seem to be asking for. The gameplay ideas all seem to be found in other sim titles. All right, it is 11:26 in the afternoon. Let's go check our recycle plant. Almost. So every time I play SimCity, I get the Jones to play The Sims again, and whenever I play The Sims, I get the Jones to play SimCity again. On my last big playthrough of The Sims, I tried playing it like SimCity, like making sure that I've trained all the cops, I've trained all the doctors, I've trained all the important people that you would need in your SimCity. But currently, The Sims, it doesn't really matter. So you need the SimCity aspect of it underlying somehow in the city, that your people, even though you specialize them and put them out there, they don't have an impact overall on the health of the city. They don't make a difference. All the people that are producing food in your gardens and yada yada yada, it doesn't seem to make a difference for the food supply. There's no economy. Although there kind of seems like a tiny economy, but either way, there's not enough SimCity in The Sims, and there's no Sims here. So now when I'm playing this, now I'm thinking about, oh man, I would love to be able to come down here and do that again. Come in here and create all the Sims that are going to be working at this police department. And I know that they're all trained right, and they're all good at their athletics, and then they all work out and use the workout dummies. Same with all the firefighters. I know that they're all perfect athletes, and all the doctors working at the clinic, I know they're the best. So being able to go in and put down and create the Sims, same thing with like the teachers. I would go into a region where the high school and the university are at in The Sims, and I would create the houses with the people that I wanted to go work at the college and work at the high school. So it is 2025, and there isn't anything that they can't do now. Everything that in the past you'd be like, well, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. That seems pretty impossible. Well, that was a great excuse in the 90s, but not anymore. there isn't anything that they can't do. Turn that off for the night. I'm pretty blown away with Inzoi. I'm a little late following it and learning about it, but if I'm reading the right stuff, they're using the Unreal 5 engine. And the Unreal 5 engine allows cars and planes and helicopters and submarines and you name it. And it can do first person. And the reason why I bring that up is probably one of the #1 wants in the Sims community right now is people want cars. But they're a little too young to know what else is possible. They're a little too young to know about Streets of Simcity. If you don't know it, I really recommend after this, or even in a side window, open it up and pull up some videos, some YouTube videos on Streets of Simcity. All right, you didn't just drive your car around your Simcity after you built it. You had people chasing you and shooting at you, and you have to defend yourself. So you can get machine guns, you can get rocket launchers, oil slicks, smoke screens, armor plating, and hover tires. And that's just to name a few, I think. So all these people in the Sims community are like, we want cars. That's it? You just want cars? What do you want to do? Oh, we don't know. We just want to drive around our cars. And so I'm over there. You guys have got to go check out SimCity, Streets of SimCity videos. Do you really want to be an Uber driver in The Sims, or do you want to run around with machine guns and rocket launchers? Before there was Grand Theft Auto, there was Streets of SimCity. I would have bet you money back in the day that Electronic Arts pulled the deal with Rockstar, and they bent us over, and instead of giving us Streets of SimCity Part 2 and keeping going, they took the Streets of SimCity development and they sold it to Rockstar, gave it to them, and they made an agreement with them, and we didn't get it, and then Grand Theft Auto came out. So back then, that's the way I would have told you. That would have been my conspiracy theory, is that EA gave us the shaft and took what was ours and gave it to them. And I don't think I would be too far off, because then they killed Simcopter, and then The Sims, which was supposed to be for us, they did the same thing. They split it off, and it became its own game with nothing to do with us. Anyway, all you Sim kids, watch those videos on Streets of SimCity, and when you hop back in the forums and you start making your videos in live streams about what people want to do in their cars. Sure, driving around and seeing the sites like they've been teasing, like, well, we might give you cars and you might go around and look at things, but that requires more regions. That is, tell them you want Streets of SimCity. Start there. You can always be an Uber driver, or a DoorDasher, or a garbage truck driver, or an Amazon driver, or You could always do the boring driving stuff. So anyway, they stalled us for 30 years and they haven't done that. And the point I was making with Inzoi using the Unreal 5 engine. Now, anybody has access to an amazing game engine to create with. And they can create anything. It's got a great simulation engine in it. Again, they can simulate the... They're creating a flight simulator with it. They're creating driving simulators with it. So there's no reason why Inzoi can't deliver the Streets of SimCity experience. So Maxis, EA, you need to get a jump on that. I'm just every night I don't know, what a silly thing to wish for. But I'm waiting for the next, the next press conference of theirs. And I'm just so wanting them to come out and say, okay, that whole idea that Project Renee means rebirth, and we're going to rebirth all the great concepts from all the great Maxis games in our history. And we're going to give that to you as The Sims. And we're going to have bigger worlds, and you can have your economy, and you can have your streets of SimCity, and you can have your SimCity and build all the buildings and go crazy, folks. Have fun. Where are we at? 46 minutes after the hour. I'm gonna grab my coffee. I tried drinking some Rebrew earlier. You know what I'm talking about if you're a coffee drinker. You don't want to make a fresh pot, so you just throw another cup of water in there and hope for the best. Tonight was a total strikeout. Threw just a little more than a full cup in there, and ooh, it was the worst, the most bitter. So I had to just go make a fresh pot. So if you're interested in telling any of us, doing a little show and tell, please feel free to use the chat to let us know what games you're playing. If you want to put a link to your channel in there, if you need more subscribers, if you want to comment or make any statements about The Sims or any of the Maxis history, if you want to comment on Inzoi, anything. If there's anything that's on your mind, please feel free to use the chat room to get a discussion going, or put it down for prosperity. Okay, it is 9:52 in the morning. Let's open back up the recycling center. And maybe today we'll be able to fill it up. We'll see if we can knock out a batch of processors. If there's anything, and we're going to have money now, I think we're going to be doing good if this kicks off and starts working. If you want to make a suggestion on what kind of city you would like this to turn into, or I don't know, either way, I'm just trying to engage you in any way I can. Like, engage your audience, Kinneas. But they don't talk to me. They don't chat. I just think it's just tickling me pink, though. When I look up, I see that there's somebody's watching, that there's still a tiny bit of interest in this still. And that makes me happy. So cheers to you, folks that are tuning in. Cheers. I didn't expect it. So the education up there is working. We put in one little elementary school with just enough buses to go round up all the rich kids in this corner. So if I pull up the wealth, the wealth, the land value. Okay. You can see that this area is high wealth. And these little blue signs are bus stops. So this school, elementary school, is sending out 2 buses every morning to go round them up and bring them in. And it's slowly educating them. And down here in the lower right-hand corner, we're seeing the effects of that. The education level is starting to slowly go up. And I put in a library over here, so these Sims have the opportunity to take advantage of that to educate themselves. But if there's usually a place to shop, well, they're doing pretty good. 110 books a day. Usually if there's a place to shop, though, they're like, forget reading a book. I want to go shopping. Something that might make you gasp. What are you doing putting industry right in the middle of your residential zones? Well, hopefully I can get these converted over to high tech, and then their pollution isn't so bad. But the goal behind this, other sim gurus have said, they said, bite the bullet. You've got to make sure that for every residence, that within walking distance, there is a place for them to work and a place for them to shop. And that is going to mean clumping them all together and not, mostly we're thinking I'm going to build a groovy industry along here. And then I want my downtown shopping center, my malls, everything here. And then I want my people all spread around here, low, medium, and high. Okay, in doing that, until you have mass transit, and you can get those people from those areas directly to where you need them to be. They're going to clog up the roads. Okay. And so by putting everything close together, it makes them walk, they walk, and they stay out of their cars. So now, doing it this way, we've got a bunch of recycle trucks running around. We have a bunch of garbage trucks running around. Later, if we start going tourism, we're going to need shuttle bus systems. Okay, then there's regional buses that you can add. Then there's park and ride. Okay, then we have our police, fire, and everybody else that needs to be on the road. So we need to keep the citizens off the road as much as possible so that all the other service trucks and work trucks can move around. Now, just by them moving around, because they stop and start everywhere with all these little stops, the bus stops, the trash people stop at every house pretty much. Every time they stop, it creates a pause, which starts backing up traffic. And some of the experts are saying no matter how good you are with designing your city and moving traffic around, said if you don't keep your people off the road, there's nothing you can do. You will have traffic problems, and let me tell you, boy, I've had traffic problems. I have back traffic up the entire length of the highway. So you see the cars coming in from Nowhere Land over there? Now, way up north on the other side of this map, so the highway continues down that way. I wish they would have allowed us to develop in here. There's Trinity Point on the other side of the map over there. And then it spins around and it comes way over here and it starts climbing the hill. And there's Norwich, that city over there. And then it goes behind that hill and then exits out kind of like that up in the corner over there. I've backed up traffic the whole way. I made people in places I can't see unhappy. All right, let's check out our recycle center. We did it. We filled it up. Okay. So now we need to turn on. What do we do first? Right now, I think all we have is trucks that go out and pick up. We need ones that deliver. Delivery truck. Okay, the collection truck. Okay, so we've got one truck. That's good enough. So he's gonna now, if I got this right, he's going to take the plastic and the alloy and we want him to go take it over here to the processor factory. How much? We're gonna be 259 in the hole for the moment. So we'll try to put some other business or something out there to make some money. But now I want to see him take these resources and ship them over there, and we'll knock out our first batch of processors. And while I'm doing this is I'm following the advice of another YouTube creator who said, if you don't do this first and you're playing sandbox mode, you're just going to be sad forever until you finally get to this and start making money. You're always going to be a day late and a dollar short. You're always going to be fighting something. So make the money and then have the breathing room to design your city the way you want it. And I think I've stretched out even further than he had. This layout that was real tiny too. He's like, look, you put this in the smallest footprint you can, and then you've got all the rest of the city to develop to your heart's content. And some of these other things can be quite large. I have never used the amusement park kit, and I have purchased it now. And so we're going to be building our first amusement park in Simcity. And there's 3 of them to choose from. I kind of want to drop that right now. Excite your city with Thrill Land. Wheels of Wonder, that sounds good. I like that. 85,000, negative 125 an hour, but we should start bringing them in as tourists. I mean, our own people would probably go. I've never really done any of this stuff before, so I don't really know what to do. But I think you put a bunch of commercial around it, and so that they turn into hotels and places to, enter venues for all the tourists coming in. Okay, so we've got a little breathing room. Let me go ahead and put down some high density into here. I don't want to put it right on the main road. If we can end up consolidating some of these people over here, take this out, I think maybe put in a boulevard. Well, who knows? Let's just have some fun. Okay, back to the Wheels of Wonder. Those were always my favorite. I always liked imagining that I was Luke Skywalker when I was a kid. Sky Wonderland. Uh-oh. Gifts, toys, win. This is a DLC for SimCity. Now, these are all the things you can add to it. Neat. Okay. Amusement park walkway. So we can create... Okay, it's for creating walkways into other areas of your park. Okay. The Wheels of Wonder sign. Put that right out there. There's a way to turn things I don't know. Yeah, like that. Okay, got our sign. Carousel. Both kids and the young at heart enjoy riding the carousel as classic pipe organ music plays. Secondary attraction. Earn income from ride ticket sales, $50 an hour. Line capacity 20. The swing ride. Everyone will get slightly dizzy. Oh, those are the ones where look out, the vomit. People throw up on that one all the time. Stay clear. Oh, really? We would need to create more. Another Astro Twirl rocket ride. Dizzy Drop Tower, Bluebeard's pirate ship, a concession stand. Earn income from concession sales. Recharges amusement park visitors to remain in the park. All proceeds from the greasy treats that Sims buy in your amusement park to generously benefit you. I like it. What else we got? There's more. Holy moly. Popcorn stand, toy stand, snack cart, balloon cart, Ferris wheel, Bigfoot roller coaster, go-kart speedway, mini train station. Is there more? Oh my lord. No wonder it was a full DLC. You got all kinds of stuff. Sunshine Amusement Park gate. Wheels of Wonder gate. Double bench. Four-way bench. And a fountain. Wow, that's tiny. Where do the heck these go? Aha. A double bench, a four-way bench. Wow. We're gonna need a lot more space. They weren't messing around. Let's move our elementary school. You can't move it. I mean, let's put down another one and closer to the rich, I suppose. All right, let's go check our processor factory. And excuse me. And it's 8:30 p.m. Turn this off for the night. We're just wasting money. Wow, they knocked out a bunch of processors. Okay. So this is, they brought all this stuff over. They've emptied out, mostly emptied out. Good. Yeah. They dropped it off there. See them down there. And they produced 1,350 crates. Okay. And we should have, yeah, we have one delivery truck, and that should take those processors over here, and we knock out TVs. Then we need the trade depot, or another trade depot, to then collect the TVs, and we set it to sell to the global market. Manage global market. So once we collect the TVs, we'll click this. They'll show up here at the top, and then we have the option to export them. So even if you just chose to export the alloy, that looks pretty good. 42,000 per 10. So wow, even if you didn't want to risk developing and putting down all these first, it seems that you could probably do really good just putting down the recycle bin first and just selling the plastic and the alloy. Those prices are great. Put up my sign. We're making 1,042. They're not gonna like me for this. Hell with it, just leave it. We need people to work it. That was dumb. I was gonna try to just put now, rip this out to here, so, and put in a boulevard to handle more people coming in, but I don't know if they're gonna come in or not. Closed, night crew cleaning. 6 o'clock in the morning. We need concession stands. Same thing, is this, these go on these little slots? So do you get more slots based on the road? Okay. Don't be a pain. Well, that's not right. You don't. Well, how do you get more slots like that? Oh, yeah, I guess you do. Yes, we do. Good. So the road space. Great. So we got one of those concession stands. Now let's put down the popcorn stand. Don't let kids buy too many or you might have a float away youngster situation. Snack cart. And you get 20 of these. 20 of these and 20 of those. And 20 of those. My goodness gracious. You, wow. As a second gate to your amusement park, add a second gate to your amusement park to give your visitors another entrance. My gosh. Huge. That's a fountain bench. They're having a worker shortage. So let me increase the density of this road right in front of Disneyland here. And see if we can't get some of these residences to pop. And increase density. Wow. Another era DLC that I picked up for SimCity 2013 here that I have never used before. And I think it's under mass transit. So this will be the first time trying it. No. Let's see. This right here, an airship hangar. So this was a DLC to buy the airship pack. Massive metal balloons full of highly flammable gas. What could go wrong? Float medium and high well tourists into your city in massive airships to enjoy everything your city has to offer. Add a commuter airstrip mooring so commuters can travel to work or shop by airship. An airship hangar. I wonder if this will, if I only have one in the region at the moment, will people come in from nowhere land? Medium and high wealth tourists into your city. So it should be bringing them from outside these regions. Oh my gosh, it's huge. Right across the street from Disneyland. This is going to be neat. Oh. Where'd he go? He's already gone. All right, what can you build onto this thing? The mooring, right? Commuter airship mooring. Float workers in to fill your city's jobs or send city workers soaring out to work in the region with this convenient commuter airstrip mooring. Ease highway traffic as commuting shoppers float between cities to shop. Provides transportation for medium and high wealth workers and shoppers. Requires an airship hangar. So this doesn't go right next to it. This goes out in people's neighborhoods. Right? Pretty big. This is going to be the train station area. Let me think about that one. That was a whole DLC right there, folks. I don't know about that one. I mean, it was cheap, but still, instead of just throwing that in, they made you pay for this one. With the amusement park, I kind of get it. I mean, there's a lot to it, and that's a lot of building to do on this thing, and you know, yeah. So for being made in, with the exception of the Sims, which I'm not happy with, they could have made them look like Sims 4 Sims. Or Sims 1 even. Other than that, graphically, for being made in 2013, it's still beautiful. It looks fantastic. Hey, okay, so we're going to check on the processors and we're going to keep building on our amusement park. I haven't done a top of the hour, kind of like, they don't require that you do station identifications on live streams, which is nice. But it still kind of feels like habit from doing radio and other things. Like something's missing. What am I missing? So I'm going to play a quick little teaser trailer for this and Societies and for my flight sim stuff in the afternoon, and I'll be right back. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T-Tut Hill was compelled to become Kinneas, a sky dude. That's my Monday through Friday flight sim live stream. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. Implode. I think I go too fast, get too impatient,
talk too fast.
Get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago. The creator's goal was that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take SimCity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities. Authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, Old West farmland cities. Create interesting resorts and theme park destinations. Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity. Societies, streets, copter, parks,
Tower,
town, and even Spore.
even Spore.
Finally, allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose. Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice.
Sure would.
Anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in any one of the great Sim titles from the past. Yeah, that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Welcome back. Yeah, it's a madness, but it's getting better tonight. I need to look through my history and find out who exactly I was watching that suggested that go for broke right at the start. Get the recycle plant built, get the processor plant built, get the TV factory built as fast as you can. We're full. Okay, we did it. 2,000 crates of processors. So now, turn on the consumer electronics factory, and we're still making $7.31 an hour with that on and this on. Now the delivery truck from here should now take those processors over here and make TVs. Is our recycling plant? It is 8:41 in the evening. We'll leave that off. Tomorrow we'll start having them run around and collect more alloy and plastic and rinse and repeat. Okay, now we need to get this. I think this is set up. What is it set up for? That's a plastic lot, and that's a trade depot. We want a unit to store televisions. We can also make computers. That's cool. I don't think we need freight, so let me blow that up. Yeah, let me blow the, oh no, it's alloy. Good. So if this produces any more excess alloy and plastic, it'll send it over here. And then again, the TVs will come from there to here, and then we can try to make some money. How do I get out of that? Okay, yeah, there's the computer assembly line. Right now we just have the TV assembly line. And a delivery truck. This well-padded truck delivers your TVs and computers to trade depots. And we should have at least one. One truck. $9 p.m. Should actually shut these down for the night too. So we can make some money overnight. 2,763. I think this thing has to stay on. It says workers are cleaning the place overnight. Earning 8,675 a day in profit. No hotels. Yeah. So when you build, okay, so the worker shortage should be gone for these people next to Disneyland, because we increased the street to medium density and all of these popped, meaning they all increased density, and now we have 5,984 people in our city. We probably don't want the industry there. We probably do want way more commercial here. He's mad we didn't have hotels. So let's put down I don't normally like to build things right on the main boulevards because of potential traffic. I like just building it off. And see if we can get 1, 2, 3. We can't get 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I pull this one back a little bit, I can put some cool, like a park or something in front. Oh, I can't get 4. Yeah, whatever. There's 2, and we'll give them a cool park. Again, I never have any money, so I never get to put even any of the cool things. The urban hot air balloon park. It kind of thematically ties in with the airstrip being there. Negative 600 an hour, though. That's awful cool. Oh, and it won't fit. Well, we'll make it fit. Tonight's way better than the last 8 nights. Even just dropping something like that. And that I did. It's just a park, so I don't mind putting that, I guess, so much on the main road. One, 2, 3, 4. $11:49 p.m. in the game. Okay, so now let's come back into our amusement park. Nice. Yeah, this would be lovely for The Sims, wouldn't it? why can't you have a tycoon experience in The Sims? Why can't the world allow you to do that? It's too bad that they weren't seemingly the originators of some of those tycoon games. It's too bad that Maxis didn't create all the tycoon games early on. I don't believe so. Because then, you know, man, think about that world. The Sims world. And you can take your sim and go create a new region and become Zoo Tycoon. Was it a Coaster Tycoon, which is theme park? Movie Studio Tycoon. Some of the new simulators that are coming out are cracking me up, and I'm finding myself spending hours and hours watching people play Motel Simulator. I never thought I would sit down and watch people for hours play Motel Simulator. Some of them are a hoot because they've got society outside, you know, like vagrants, and you have crime, and you know, it's very interactive society. And those are the best. All right, so they're an overnight cleaning. Closed, night crew cleaning. I wonder if you can still turn it off for a few hours. 1 o'clock. So now we're making 2,644 in the overnight. All right. What else can we add to it? Okay, and the swing ride. That's right, the vomit. In the future, we could move it. How big is one of those gates? Yeah, it's... Okay. I forgot to check the other side. Yeah, so same footprint as that. Well, No. Really? It won't let me take just this little piece? I'll be darned, it's tied right to the corner of it. Oh well. Roll with it. So now we're going to try to snazzy up this area a little bit. We can find something more thin. Okay. 4:09 a.m. Bluebeard's pirate ship. Fantastic. I don't recall exactly what we're watching tonight, but out on the East Coast or West Coast, like Bluebeard's Castle or something like that. I'll have to go look it up. Christine was like, "Do you remember that place?" I'm like, "Kind of." Was it a hotel? Okay. We want to see gate size again. That roller coaster, how big is that thing? Holy moly. That looks like a lot of fun. Now, going down into your Simcity in Sims mode, would that not be the best? Come here to Wheels of Wonder and get a ride on that thing. And in the Sims, you can do first person. I think you just tap the tab key and go into first person mode. A lot of people don't like it. I don't normally use it, but there are certain things that I'm doing that just make it worthwhile to do it. If you're a Sims player and you have done the movie path, the movie career, you have that DLC where you can go to the movie studio and be an actor and actress. It's not a rabbit hole. You get to go to the studio, you get to go to makeup, you get to go to costumes. And then they have the sets for you, and you have to go get on set, and there's a director there, and it is fantastic. And then you have to do your scenes. And again, that depends on how, you know, your charisma, your singing, your dancing, all the things that you would need to be a great actor. Going into first person mode, that's the point of all this. Going into first person mode, doing the acting career when you're filming your scenes, it's pretty worth it. A lot of fun. Where are we at? 41 minutes after the hour. Hey, thanks for tuning in this morning. Like, be affirming. Be affirming, Kinneas. You are a positive force in the universe. Already, just you being here and popping in. And then they've left. Okay, well, you just popping out. You are a big part of my universe today. Thank you. So that's neat. I really like that roller coaster. I can't wait to plop that down. What is it? We just need a road. Maybe let me try to extend. I think we can get, not 100% certain, another gate. I'd hate to put it down and then heck with it. It is done. All right. Good job, whoever constructed these things, these assets. All right, we better create some places for people to relax. $7:20 in the morning. I gotta go turn on those other places right quick and turn this back on for the day. There's more. There's just so much more still. I love these tiny little one-spot ploppables. I wish we had a lot more of these for our cities. Yeah, if you're gonna walk all that way, these Sims, they don't like walking. They're definitely gonna need some places to refresh here and recover from riding that beast. All right, we gotta go turn on the other buildings. Bigfoot. It's very nice. You don't need to be on today because we don't have enough materials. We just need you on. Oh, we do. You still have all the processors over there. We need you to deliver them unto these people. So where are we at? Negative 980 an hour. Well, let's hope our newly put down commercial starts capitalizing on the error ship and our Wheels of Wonder theme park here. So we do get to be a theme park tycoon, kinda. Those games are quite fun. I never really thought that I would enjoy a roller coaster tycoon type game, and now you won me over big time. And now I'm gonna pretty soon. I want to try one of those movie simulators. I might actually go back and do movies. It still looks amazing. Graphically, I don't really care, but all of the things that I'm seeing as far as all the buildings on the studio. And I'm looking at some other newer ones, and I don't seem to see, you know, the casting department, this building, that building, costume building, makeup buildings, prop buildings. It's kind of just get to making the movie and hiring actors. And so anyway, I might be going back and checking out the movies. But yeah, playing the roller coaster tycoon. Being able to get down there, in there and control, yeah, the placement of things, but the prices of things. That's what ended up being the thing that just tickled me the most. Is I'm all about hospitality. So when I was young and I would travel with my folks and we would travel through Las Vegas, it was all about hospitality. And it was amazing. Meaning that everything was, you know, let's say a buffet. Breakfast buffet. All you can eat. $2. Now do that across the whole city. Okay, so then as an adult, going on my own, they just forgot the meaning of that word. Where I'm going with it, roller coaster tycoon, going in there and being able to control the prices of things. And I don't care. Sure, having the next best roller coaster and being able to afford everything would be great, and gouging all the people. Run on white collar shirts as new office buildings open for business. And there's a problem with the processor factory. Oh, they're hiring people. It's only 10:25 in the morning. Okay, so sure, yes, I want to have a cool theme park and I want to hurry up and I want to do this and that. But as soon as I started playing, I'm like, remember hospitality. All right. If my concession stand makes $1, be happy with it. So I lowered all my prices to the prices I remember as a kid. A 25-cent hot dog, a 25-cent soda. Everything was 25 cents or cheaper, a dime. And so right at the start, yeah, they were kind of, all the concession stands were losing money. Kind of. But all of a sudden, you'd get like the little ticker tape read out to the bottom of the news, the newspaper, the daily news on your amusement park. And the reviews were, oh man, by far the best bang for your buck. You know, may not have all the great stuff, but look, you've got to go, right? And so all of a sudden, floods and floods and floods and floods of people. And long lines at the concession stands for 25-cent sodas and stuff. And all of a sudden, the concession stands drew in the most money, and to the point where all of a sudden I can afford everything. The best of everything. Best roller coasters, the best this, the best that. Because I remembered my hospitality right at the start. And I never raised my concession stand prices after that. Wonder if it still works that way in some of these games. So I just might have to try one of the theme park tycoon thingies again. Oh, I was mentioning earlier, watching people playing Motel Simulator. I don't know if you can set your prices in those. If you can, I might eventually try a Motel Simulator. I've been watching people playing farming simulators, and I love you people. You're the best. Because you totally are all about it. The people that are all about farming, they know all the vehicles, they know what they do, they know all the brand names on the vehicles. Like, this is a John Deere, or this is a... And they're all real world brands. And they're just so into it. They're so, you know, into it. This is a harvester, man. Oh, you mean it harvests stuff? No, the brand name, man. It's a harvester. Is that good? You people are awesome. I'll watch you for hours now, clearing areas and doing your farming and doing all kinds of things. I've seen so many people become millionaires in really interesting ways. One guy, he's not really into the farming. He's like, I'm going to do chicken coops. I'm a millionaire doing just chicken coops. One guy just had a bunch of farmland land, just trees everywhere. I'm just going to become a millionaire clearing all these trees first and then have fun building stuff. Construction simulator. I wish my dad were around to see that one. I think he'd get a kick out of that one. He was a very serious gentleman, but he was very serious. He was very serious about construction. Out of my old man playing construction simulator. Oh, look at all those people walking down here from, is that the air? I don't know where they're coming from. I think they came from the airfield. Holy moly. Let's hope they're all coming here. They're not, maybe they're just coming for somebody's fish tacos down the street. Now there they go. Yeah, do it. If I could charge you 25 cents for Cokes, I would. Evelyn Garza checking out the sites. Came from the airship hangar. Okay, got it. Came from the Wheels of Wonder. Thanks for the noise and thinks the noise and lights are awesome. Ten concession stands, 6,602 a day. Yesterday made 11,000 in profits. Let's keep that in the back of our mind. Did a great job with this, folks. Like it. What do you think? This is worth its the DLC cost. I'm about probably like $4 now. Oh yeah, let's see if people are using it. Get to... There they are. Whoops. With everything that we can modify and build in The Sims, nothing seems beyond nothing, pardon me, folks. Nothing seems beyond reason as we go forward with computer gaming technology. Nothing seems beyond doable. So one of the most beautiful things about The Sims in general has always been its ability to allow you to build and quickly knock out structures and amazing things. The building engine in The Sims has always been fantastic. Look at all of those people coming to get on this roller coaster. Looks like they're all sitting around like I knew they needed a break after walking all that distance. Filling up all the seats. And then on their way out. I haven't seen the car go again though. Come on, car. There you go. Climb. I like it when the climb is right at the start, building all that tension right for the long first climb. The Aerosmith ride at one of the Disney parks in Orlando, it takes off with the speed of a, I want to say like a F-16 jet. Same kind of acceleration. Pretty far out. You've got to get Aerosmith to the other side of town for a gig, and they're running late. Pretty neat. Okay, where are we at? 3:19 in the afternoon. Have you sent the processors? Why? What's going on? Power failure. I do see it. Ooh, it doesn't even budge the power. Oh, whoa. That amusement park is using up, well, everything is. Oh, and I'm right next to it. All right, this requires Norwich Hills at the moment. Let's see. Problem I had last night is I couldn't get people to commute. But it'd be really great if I could get people over to commute to work a coal mine to supply that thing. But for right now, we just got to get it turned on. All right, let that run for a moment. So we don't have to go right for the heart of the coal. We just need to be, you know, we can try to clean up this area. So I don't believe they have to deliver it right to a trade depot. I believe that these delivery trucks, oh, well, we'll find out sooner or later. That they'll deliver the coal right from here, right to the coal power plant. And we can add another tower, another 75 megawatts, 1.21 gigawatts. Advanced coal generator. Costs more but produces less pollution. As well as making decent levels of power, you know, for when you care about the environment a tiny bit. Pollutes a lot. Alright, well. Speed this up and see if any of these, there's just even enough people to go operate that. We might have to. It says there's 24 people. Some folks say you can't play The Sims and SimCity combined because of the time. The time. Look at how fast the time goes in SimCity. I'm looking at the time, and I'm waiting for it to turn to the next morning, and this is still taking a long time. They seem to be about the same time. There doesn't seem to be a super big difference. I think about when I'm trying to put a sim to sleep and get him a good 8-9 hours. Yeah. On fast speed, you still. I want to say The Sims is faster. What do you think? Maybe The Sims is faster. I'll be playing it again soon, so I'll take note. I learned some interesting Maxis trivia of the day that blew my mind. When did Simlish first appear in a Maxis title? When did Simlish first appear in a Maxis title? I'll wait a moment and see if anybody has the answer and can put it in the chat room. You'll win 10,000 no points. And without looking it up, if you know the answer, just you're like super stud fan. Studette. Okay, so 4:27 in the morning here still. Wait for these Sims to wake up, see if we can get anybody working in the coal plant and get that to turn off. If not, we'll drop a couple more Sims, get it going, and then we'll bug out and go over to our other town again. $620, $626. It might be 24 people, but most of them, adults and kids. All right. 6 residents, 666, and then these are kids. 2 kids, 2 kids. $8:30 in the morning. Give them till 10. And then I'm going to drop like 4 or 5 houses just right next door. 9:30. It could be too that they're thinking, I'm an uneducated sim. What are you doing putting me? It's just a coal mine. Can't be that difficult. We're not educated. There they go. Okay. Oh no. Come on, some of you got to walk over there and now keep the power plant going. Jeez, that's the whole point. That's the whole reason why we're here. Okay, there's the power plant. So the whole reason I came over here to do this is we have a huge amusement park and other things going on that's drawing a lot of power from and we're going to get back to that fun here right now. Can't believe how much there is to build on the amusement park kit. This is a good DLC. You wouldn't feel ripped off after paying for this. Okay, so we need to get power. Buy power from Norwich. Really, we gave it long enough. Well, give it a minute. It'll show up. Meanwhile, we're waiting for our first batch of processors to be delivered over to the electronics building, but they're waiting for the power to kick on. Going on over here. Yeah, okay guys, I got it. Power's out. Got you covered. We'll give it a minute. If not, then what I'm saying is that we're already consuming all the power coming out of that power plant. Plus, we're still augmenting it with these 3. And these are heavy duty. So before he came in, we got to build the Bigfoot, the roller coaster. And when you lay down these little pathways for them to walk on, you get all these little extra slots. And you get a number of benches and snack carts and things that will refresh the Sims as they move around. And looks like the line of people that are coming that came in, pretty impressive. It's drawing the people in for sure. And there's a lot of things I haven't built on it yet. We got a Ferris wheel and a little ride over here. But if I click on it, there's still a lot of things I haven't put down yet. So you're gonna need a lot of room for this. The swing ride we haven't added. We already have one of those. The Dizzy Drop Tower. How big is that one? Not too bad. Bluebeard's pirate ship. Not so bad. There's the snack carts. The Ferris wheel. Good, not too big. Again, that roller coaster seems to be the biggest. The go-kart speedway. Excellent. And mini train station. And then you can add more gates. There's 3 different types of amusement park. Funshine, Wheels of Wonder, which this is, and then Thrill Land Adventure Park. I'm sure it's the same things. I don't know though. And then again, now you have all your benches for them to sit down, fountains, balloon cart, snack cart, toy stand, popcorn stand. That's the snack cart. And walkways. So I thought adding the airship DLC would also have as many cool things maybe as this, if once you really get down to it. No, not really. There it is. Out of that. Nice to look at. The airships are cool. But all you can add is a mooring tower. And I guess you place this around neighborhoods or where you want them to commute from. I haven't put one down yet. We're going to put in a train station over here, so... And then this is the rich part of town. Let's plop it there. Alright, now the power's on. Are you guys moving the processors? All output lots full. Production stopped. But we need these crates delivered. Ooh, we're losing money. And there's nobody there to work it. That's fantastic. So it's just sitting there bleeding money right at the moment. Well, we kind of have to do, I think, what we did in the other town is we're going to have to build... I'm going to have to put some residences right here. So as soon as they wake up and walk out their front door, they're at work. Speaking of, where's the front door? I'll give you a basketball and a park. Oh, there were people right next to it. There are people right next to it. Come on, you guys. You're killing me here. We can't be bleeding. Well, the amusement park, we might be bleeding 2,898 an hour. But at the end of the day, we have to see what the amusement park brings in. Right now we're at 735,000. Well, now it's nighttime. Still negative 998. Check out our amusement park at night. Lovely lighting. I have not been to an amusement park in a long time. The one I grew up with, they knocked it down. It was gorgeous. And they moved it into Denver, downtown Denver. And I honestly haven't been over there to check it out to see. Been there for ages now. But the old one was it's called Elitch Gardens, and everything was. It was very gardeny. Yeah, you were an amusement park, but pavilions and little park areas, and great place to go with your family and rent a pavilion for the day. All right, we might need some more commercial or something. What do we need? What do they want? They want lots and lots and lots of low wealth residential, lots of medium wealth, and not a whole lot of high wealth. They want industry, but it says more so around the region, that the darker yellow. They don't want any commercial, which is funny. They're like, we got enough. We're done. We're good. So we just kind of have to wait then for the commercial to increase density and bring in a little bit more money. We need to raise their taxes in the medium wealth and high wealth. Yeah, they're not going to like that at all. And I'm going to give them a little bit of a tax break. That still puts us at 397. Okay, whatever. They deserve a tax break, and everybody else needs to pay what they've been paying. All right, 10:30 in the morning. Let's go over here and see if you people would bring this building to work. I should have probably done that first, because they probably went off and started working other jobs before. So I can't blame them. I parked them there so that they could hit this first, but 8 o'clock in the morning, they already went and got a job someplace else. My bad. All right, well, we're stalled there for a little bit, but that's okay. It did work. I mean, the gentleman was right. And again, I got to go back to my history and give credit where credit's due and tell you who I was watching, what video I was watching. And he said, look, just, you might go broke, but try to get your recycling plant, your processor factory, and your consumer electronic factory built first. Try to get them up running as fast as possible. And building up your money that way. Even if you're running a deficit, he said you can make a lot of money. Well, we're trying to get there. We got one full supply from the recycling center. We ran a whole bunch of processors through and we're full. Now we just got to get these guys to deliver them over there. and then find out how much we can make selling that first batch. Norwich Hills has stopped sending power. Told you, I think we're chewing up more power than that thing's knocking out. No, it says we're green. What? Using 0 megawatts, 73 megawatts. Negative 660. That's the only thing I can think is that we weren't running very fast over there. That this thing ran out of coal. But it's got plenty, and these guys are working their way up to filling this up. We can even help them out a little bit. We can send a, we can volunteer a trash truck to go over there. 397 garbage cans collected per day, 351. Out of 1,771. So are they saying we need a lot more trucks? I think so. We're broke. The problems that you can run into in this game is absolutely a trip. $2:28 in the morning. Here, not in the sim world. 2:28 in the morning here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Lovely weather we've been having. Worker shortage. Okay, well, something we can do is to start raising the density around the perimeter. What do you have down here? These might not be able to expand because they're right up against the railroad tracks. And I built my road a little too close. But some of these guys, right like that, he's taking advantage of it. Got some density happening here. We probably don't need more high wealth. We're probably good, but see what happens. Oh, I said don't do that. I don't want to create the pollution. Looks like we already have ground pollution going on back here. All right. Well, even with our amusement park at the moment, now we are losing money. Well, I really won't know until everybody's done expanding and doing what they got to do to balance out. Okay, that's cool. So the airship is mooring here to allow people to come, like a taxi. But I don't have others set up around for them to go anywhere. They did such a bad job. I give them so much credit for everything else, but I'm gonna... This is where they did such a poor job on Sims. Sims Societies was created years earlier, and I was playing that today, and I know it's no Simcity, but they were, you know, one group of people that I was watching today. They're street performers, and you remember the cardboard you get for learning how to break dance in The Sims? Yeah, they were out there with their cardboard sheet doing spins and all kinds of cool things. And then I went to another part of town that I've been building up. They call it's spiritual or contemplative. And I built a monastery, and there's a chance that they can knock out fighting monks. So I've already spawned several fighting monks in this community. You can get a midwife, and the midwife, if you don't have clinics or anything like that yet. So if you want to play like an earlier, you want to feel like you're starting in an earlier time without modern stuff, you can create more. What am I looking for? Like, you don't even have to use roads, but either way, like 1900s, 1800s, can't create like medieval stuff, but small town. Farming town. So anyway, the midwife, if people can't find a clinic or whatever, they'll go to the midwife. Now, the midwife building, close to the temple building has a chance to produce zealots, which run around and inspire people to go to church or to worship or just whatever. Doesn't really say. They can become something else. And then they also have a chance of becoming faith healers. Now, the midwife being close to the temple increases the chance that the temple produces faith healers. Okay, so for SimCity, if we could tie in societies to it, I can go in there, I could come down here, and I could plop down those particular societies' buildings and get a chance of having that area of town knock out a bunch of faith healers to help the city along with their medical issues, try to keep them healthy. And I think that's really cool. And now on tomorrow's playthrough, I'm going to see if I can get the neighborhood watch. And the neighborhood watch is supposed to stop criminals. It creates vigilantes, and the vigilantes go after the criminals. And the criminals walk around in typical Sims fashion with their little criminal outfit on, and they sneak around at night and they try to pilfer stuff. But I guess the neighborhood watch building, if it creates vigilantes, I got to see if they'll go after and like fight the criminals. If it does use the local people, then I'm going to try to turn all my fighting monks into neighborhood watch and see if I can get my fighting monks to go take it to the criminals. So it is neat the way the buildings will create synergy with other buildings, and then it's neat. SimCity Societies is really neat. I think people were expecting something more like this, SimCities, but in some ways it is, but it's so different. It takes your head a while to get around what to do. Even today when I loaded up, I'm like, am I doing right or not? I don't really. In SimCity here, you always know if you're screwing up. Oh, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough power, I don't have enough this, I don't have enough that. Sims are always freaking out. At the moment, in that one, I don't know. It's like, the only thing you know is power so far. You can tell when you're running out of power and need to go add more power. But I've not been hit up for water. I think they did hit me up for fire today. They're like, you should put down some fire services. Anyway, it's neat. SimCity Societies is neat. Speaking of, please allow me like 1 minute. We don't do station identifications, and we're not required to during live streams at all. But give me a moment to play a quick little teaser for Societies and what I'm doing here and my flight sim activities during the day, and I'll be right back. Hey, thank you for tuning in. Really, thank you. You made my day. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up? I got 3 of them running at once. Gameplay features. Let's try this again. I'm sorry, folks. 3 clips played at once. You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago. The creator's goal was that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take SimCity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities. Authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, Old West farmland cities, fighting monks, create interesting resorts and theme park destinations. Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past, and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity. Societies, streets, copter, parks, town, and even Spore. To finally allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose. Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice. Right, because anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in any one of the great Sim titles from the past. Yeah, that is my opinion, and I'm sticking to it for sure. Sorry, I hate to be so opinionated. Like, well. Yeah. Here's my flight sim thing. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T-Tut-Hill was compelled to become Kinneas, a sky dude. Need to redo the audio on that one. So yeah, I do my flight simming Monday through Friday in the afternoons, usually 1 p.m. On Fridays, it's noon because it's usually a Microsoft community fly-in activity where anybody who shows up, it's open to everybody, and we fill the sky with airplanes and we fly a common flight path somewhere and go check something out. Fly a different part of the world. Anyway, those are a hoot. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you. A madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser?
Grabbing a new cup.
Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness.
It has been. Tonight, not so bad. I mean, not so bad. Dropping our first amusement park, and there's more to build onto it. And we dropped our first airship place. These are both DLCs. And time is it? 2:59 in the morning in Simland. It's lining up with my time. Got to get these on. What I'm trying to do here is get the recycle plant to produce plastics and alloys, and they've already filled this thing up once. We sent all that material over to this plant here, which produces processors. They have processed one batch and knocked out one complete load of processors. Now we need this one delivery truck to move all of those processors over to this building, fill up this, and start making televisions and fill this up. Then we need that delivery truck to take them over here and put them here. And then we can sell them. Now, sounds like a lot, but I have been struggling over 8 nights now and long gaming hours trying to just get a dang city to run right. And over the last 8 nights, it's been very difficult, and money's always a problem, and I've had no fun. I haven't got to drop amusement parks or explore anything fun. And taking somebody's advice to start this way. Try to figure out how to start this way. This is if you can get this running and then start increasing output. Or another truck here, another truck there, you know. Here, truck, there, truck, everywhere, truck. Old McDonald had a processor farm. So he says, if you can get this up and running, you could be running 100,000 deficit and still be making millions. from this setup. It says take care of this first, and then learn to enjoy SimCity. Because if you don't, it's always pulling your hair out, and you get frustrated, and it becomes a madness. And you know, I just find myself starting cities over and over again. Okay, well, let me try this, let me try that, let me try this. And then last night, I thought we finally cracked the code and got mass transit set up properly to move a massive amount of Sims to Norwich Hills to get them to commute over there and do all of their work over there. And then they refused. You know, 49 here, 29 there. But we had hundreds of jobs open over there and hundreds of Sims sitting here, and they didn't want to do it. Maddening. And I still don't fully understand it. I'm sure that there's a mechanic to that too. Well, you had a better chance if they were all fully educated and maybe tech levels on buildings. I don't know. Don't know. But low density, low wealth jobs shouldn't require much. They shouldn't have to be highly educated. You're going to need some medium wealth Sims. You're going to need a few high wealth Sims. And I had that all in place. Because they need managers and then the rich people. All right, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Let me turn this place on first and see if we can get people working there right away. And here. Try to get a jump before they run out and go find jobs someplace else in town. Let me go do the same thing over here. Oh, it's on. All right, and we're only losing 185 an hour. So how much did that make yesterday? Cool. So it is making more each day. The other day whenever we checked last, it had made 11,000 the previous day. So now it says 16,467. Yeah, and we have made money. We were at 36,000. Now we're up to 745,000. Okay, so we're doing okay. Some people do like the realistic, like what's coming with Inzoi. They like the realism. I do, but I think I'm more enamored with a little bit of the cartoony. And that's why the look of Sims, I think is way better. The more they push towards more realism, I don't know. I like the cartoony charm, and I hope it really doesn't lose that. I don't know that they would ever go full Inzoi, you know. But it's very Warner Brother-esque at times. I mean, some of their facial expressions. I really enjoy watching the animations of The Sims these days an awful lot. Micro expressions. Super charming. All right, did you guys work? Are you working? No processors, production stopped. But you, all output lots full, production stopped. You're supposed to be delivering. You haven't even started delivering. You're gonna drive a mayor mad. I see a truck moving. Great, he moved him. Yahoo! All right. Good. I was getting ready to add another truck and start yelling and wanting to find this guy personally. The sim that's... There he goes. Stuck behind a trash truck. Right. The first load. Gonna move the next group? Buddy. Maybe he's having breakfast? Hey, you wake up in there. I can't afford for you to be sitting there. You're a pain in the butt, Bob. Now I have to hire another truck. Come on, guys. Move them. What are you doing? Are you coming back? I didn't even see him drop him off. Oh, they still need alloy and plastic from there. All right, well, that's good enough. So let's turn this place off. And the recycle place now should take the alloy. Let's turn this off so they don't take it over there. So now the recycle facility to take the alloy and plastics over here to the consumer electronics factory. And with this load of processors, knock out some televisions. I need to donate a trash truck to Norwich Hills. Even though we aren't picking up all of our own trash, I think. But they're supplying us power and not really getting anything, and they don't have trash. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted to do. $2:57 in the morning, so I get a little loopy. Okay. Trash. This button here. And you select town you want them to volunteer to go to. And then add one. Okay, so the green arrow shows that one vehicle volunteered. Okay. So we've got a tiny bit of money to spend. And we already have this wonderful amusement park that we're working on. There's more to come building it. We can also add other attractions and do other things to bring more people, and maybe we can get these commercial areas to turn into hotels. Look at all the people that are coming out of the airship to go to the amusement park. Okay. How big is the stadium again? How much space are we gonna need? It's pretty big. Okay, so some of the basic attractions you can put in. The world's largest ball of twine. I want it closer to the start. Wow, these guys are developing nicely. It's a nice building. I would love to have a lot of these lots as ploppables in The Sims and then be able to go in and work on them. I don't mind creating things from the ground up, but when, you know, the time to create something like that, you can do it. Get yourself a 64 by 64 plot and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I think you can build 5 stories up or more. 5. and then 5 down. So yeah, it would be nice to have some of these plots. Okay. Larry the Large Llama. These are all the 150 simoleons an hour. Definitely have to have Maxis Man. I was like putting him right at the start of the city, but now I feel bad about knocking down one of these lovely buildings. So Maxis Man can use that giant ball of yarn to throw at his enemies. Dolly the dinosaur. And that replaces, hopefully there's some jobs there. But that does knock out a job. Well, the wealthy, anyway, the wealthy don't use mass transit anyway. And those roads are going to need to be increased to a higher density for traffic. Oops. A little after the top of the hour. Good morning. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be. So if you're just tuning in, we're getting to use the airship DLC for the first time tonight. And the amusement park DLC, and this one is fantastic. There's a lot to it and a lot of fun to be had putting this thing together. There's still rides to add. You can put all the little seating in and the concession stands where you want to put them. You know, I don't know. They're probably already doing it. But now to give people that kind of amusement park ride, okay? So you're a kid from Star Command, you know, and they put you in there. But you also can get the, either like the VR goggles to go with it. or just glass cockpit kind of thing, to where the interior, all the surfaces are video screens. All right, we got the roller coaster. Look at how large this thing is. So again, dropping all the benches, the ice cream cart or the balloon cart, fountain seating, snacks, popcorn, toys, more balloons. Actually, it looks more like I think he's balloons, but it looks more like a little ice cream. All right, well, right at the moment we lost a big chunk, but I just did spend. But they're not going to deliver unless it's full. Hmm. Come on, fellas, don't let me down. Deliver that stuff. What time is it? 3:51 p.m. for these guys. Now we'll try it again first thing in the morning for them. Excuse me. So if you want to micromanage, you can. Like right now it's 11:41. If we're running slow clock, then come in here. They're closed for the night anyway. Don't want them eating up that money overnight. Same with the amusement park. I think they're closed now. Oh, they're leaving. I will check back. What else? Recycling plant. Closed. So now we're making 4,189 an hour, if at least overnight. We play it slow. There's other little things that like taxes tricks, like whenever it's about to roll over and pay out for the days of taxes, if you raise it really high and then right after they pay it, lower it back down. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. You're an amazingly positive force in the universe. And I have to say, at this moment, I mean that in all sincerity. Not that the time that I said it before wasn't sincere. I think right now it's more sincere than the last time. Yeah, truly. You're a positive force in the universe. Maybe not on like the super macro scale, but I don't know. I mean, what do I know? That's where I'm really tiny. I don't know. But yeah. I don't want to tell you completely why. I'm sure you can guess why. Okay. Thank you again. All right. So it's still just 1:43 in the morning in Simland here. So all I can do is kick back and grab the coffee and think more on what I was thinking about and appreciate you more and let you know how much you are affecting this universe. I don't know your names because nobody ever chats, comes and says, "Hey, I'm Bob." So I like having fun imagining names for the people that are tuned in. I would love to address you by name. You know. Hey, Rommeldush. Jürgen Schnurch. That could be your real name, you don't know. One of you could be Swedish. Hello, Sven. Johansson. Sarah Lou McGillicuddy. Good morning. Edward Frashen. Cthulhu Lemon is the name of that place. Uh-oh. Place to blow up. Well, anyway, so far so good. The mass transit stuff we still have to work with later to see if we can get it working properly. But so far on this playthrough, fantastic. We still don't know how much we can make until we turn over our first batch of TVs. So even though it cost us pretty much everything, we were down to the last $80,000-$90,000 after constructing this stuff first and putting the infrastructure in. And it allowed us immediately to recover quickly back to $1 million simoleons. Enough so that we got to try tonight for the very first time the amusement park and the DLC airship hangar. I don't think I've added any Nissan Leaf yet. This is another thing that was like an add-on. Where is it at? Roads? Power. Yeah. Okay. The Nissan Leaf charging station. Your charging station is ready to go. Add it to your city and watch as your Sims begin driving around in the 100% electric Nissan Leaf. Remember when it came out? I think it's cool. The only downside is I think we're drawing the full power out of that coal plant up there. But we'll put one down. They're not going to fill up these spots, and it'll fit right in here, and it's right off the highway, so they can come and get it and get right back on the road. No. Excellent. Okay. Now they can get right off the highway. Hit this thing up and get out of here if they have to. Turn out and you get 5 of these per city. Uh, 5 o'clock in the morning. So let's start turning things on. Nope. We'll wait an hour. That one doesn't have to open until 10. This is whenever, so go. So what I want to see happen here is by adding the extra delivery truck, that they don't wait for this thing to fill up with alloy and plastic, and they deliver what we have here immediately over here. And we want to see these guys, we want to see these 2 bins fill up. And these guys use this group of processors here to knock out a group of TVs, so we can finally figure out how much we're gonna make for whatever 1,000 crates. All right, it's almost 6 a.m. so you're on and action. Everybody to work. The airship. Doesn't need to be open really until just before the amusement park opens. Same with that. Plus 888 an hour. So they're all about, you could add YouTube memberships. Why don't you do that? Well, what does that do? Well, you make people emojis. They pay you a membership to check out your channel and be members. Oh, no, not really. But if I could make you emojis or anything like that, then I would. And I can. And I just hand them out. If you like and subscribe, you can post messages. So, I don't know, you're probably all creators, and you know that up in the corner you can click to go live or publish a video or make a post. So if you subscribe to me, I will go into my art files and I'll find something funny and I'll put it up as a badge or an emoji that, hey, I don't think we can do any file sharing. You can download it, but sure, if you want to, right click on it and save it. Something like that. I find it amazing that people do that. And they pay for it. And that, my fellow human beings, is why I broke. Like, everybody's doing it. You should be doing memberships, and don't you have any swag to offer? And don't you, aren't you using it properly? I don't think so at all. No. I've never been good with that. Do you remember when you're a little kid and they're like, here, go try to sell some candy? And they send you out there to go knock on doors. I don't even know if they do that anymore. It's too dangerous now, right? If you're older, you know what I'm talking about. I was sending you out there. I remember one time they were sending out there us to sell like Tupperware and stuff. God, I'm a 4th grade Tupperware salesman. But I hate bothering people. I always have. I don't want to be bothered, and I hated doing it. Going up to somebody's doorbell to ring it and ask them to buy some Tupperware, just any, the candy, it doesn't matter how good of the stuff I'm out there to sell. And so throughout life, yeah, you could kind of guess from that like retail or anything sales, just whoa. I've seen one of my favorite technical channels do that recently. He went full membership. So if you want to watch his new cool stuff, you have to be a member. Wow. That's, more power to him. But I'm kind of bummed. We're almost at the bottom of the hour. Good friend of mine. We're doing radio. And the bottom of the hour is for toasting. Always grabbing your drink and reminding all the hardcore gamers out there, remember to stay hydrated. So bottoms up. Cheers. Okay, making 818 an hour. Are you guys working? They haven't delivered anything. And they're not open. So what's happening here is when I turn it on, even though I turned it on early, excuse me, I think these Sims are going out and getting jobs out here first. They're not immediately just walking across the street and keeping this thing open. All right, so we'll wait. We'll turn it off and wait for this thing to fill up. I was really hoping we could determine how much we're going to make for those TVs by the end of tonight's live stream. Anyway, I'm getting back to the thanks. Thank you. Anybody tell me, sure, cool. Do you have a membership? Wow, that'd be great. I've never been in that position. And going back to the sales thing, I'm not gonna pitch it. If it's requested and somebody wants to throw cash at me, cool. I already have Super Chat down there, right? So that works. Other than that, just thanks for tuning in. You made a big difference in my universe this morning. So cheers to you. Just you checking in, stopping in for a minute. You make all the difference in the world. So everybody's about, oh, the YouTube algorithm and this and that. You make my YouTube algorithm happy. And you rock my world. Thank you so much. Being out here playing The Sims is fun, but you sitting here watching it is the greatest of all. If you have any thoughts on anything Sims, SimCity, any of the Max's history or titles, feel free to chat about it, rant about it in the chat room. If there's anything that you want to highlight on what you're doing, your channel, anything like that, if you're doing anything, it doesn't have to necessarily be Sims or Maxis SimCity related or anything like that, but if you are, feel free to let us know about it in the chat room and post, if you can post links. I don't know if YouTube will let you or not, but you can try. If I'm not following you and you would like me to follow you, say hi, put an emoji, do anything in the chat room. And that gives me an opportunity to click the 3 dots that appear next to your name. And I can immediately go to your channel and hit subscribe. Okay. What are you guys doing? Not quite. Oops, we forgot to turn on the amusement park and the airship at 10. Silly mare. $38 tourists, 63, 30. They like the yarn, the big ball of twine. Maybe because it's the first one, but 38, 30, yeah. So by placing these over here, I'm hoping to inspire these commercial buildings to increase density and turn into hotels, to start supporting people coming to want to visit Wheel of Wonder Amusement Park. This has been the most fun tonight by far. Look at all the stuff you can build onto it. And then there's that, all of that. And then there's all of that. Speaking of, let's play some more. So all these are, that's a fountain with seating, 4-way bench, double bench, thrill and, oh, you can add more gates. Bring more people in from another route. Gate. Mini train tracks. Wow. The mini train station, the go-kart speedway, the Bigfoot roller coaster, which we have, the Ferris wheel, 100 an hour. The go-kart speedway, that would fit really nice. Right there. These places are always fun. Trying to Tokyo drift those little things. Hilarious. Fun. Okay, now that we've got it, as they come over here, they're going to need refreshments and a place to sit and relax for a minute. So let's go back into it. And we have 9 left. Okay. Place to sit. Popcorn. Toy stand. Concessions. Yeah, so love this DLC, loving it, and I really wish they had a lot more little floppables like this in SimCity in general. There are so many places when you're decorating that's all you need is something like that to fill up one of these, especially these little corners in SimCity. I don't know that it knows what to do with street corners. So things like that would be perfect. Societies is pretty good about that. Little tiny things that you can put here and there. Barbecue pits. Just like The Sims. Well, those guys over there are getting inspired to expand. Great, and it's a commercial venue, so maybe we'll get a hotel out of it. Up here. Taxes. Okay, well, let's try to give everybody a tiny bit of a break. Do you do any role playing? So if you grew up in my generation, and even today, they still play Dungeons and Dragons. It's still very popular. And that's what I mean by role playing, that kind of game. Dungeons and Dragons. Are you familiar with using Dungeons and Dragons dice? for role-playing purposes. So I mentioned earlier that I do a live stream in the afternoon, and it's flight simming. So to spice it up a little bit, I used online Dungeons and Dragons dice to role-play scenario as we're flying around. So I've got a couple of tools to make things more exciting. And one of them is Bush Talk Radio. And off live stream, if it works properly, I can listen to, as I'm flying around, listen to any local radio station. It's very cool when it works. Especially traveling in Europe, hearing, just anywhere, hearing local people's music is fantastic. But it also includes audio tours, points of interest. Anytime you come within a mile of a point of interest, you'll get an amazing audio tour. And the community is allowed to create audio tours for filling in gaps. You can create content to your heart's desire, audio tours. And so having that, and then Microsoft itself is better about including point of interest in cities. So flying over stadiums, golf courses. We can stop, pause it, drop the drone camera down, float down to the golf course, and see if we can take on their local guys. See if we win, see if we lose, who's buying the beverages and lunch. Looking at all the cool stadiums as we're traveling around the world. And a lot of the stadiums and a lot of things like that are handcrafted. So the modeling on them sometimes can be darn near as good as anything in here. In some cases, even better. But amazing modeling. And so, us against their local football team. So anytime we run across a cool place, a lake, I love fishing. So whenever we fly around or land around big lakes, and I'm waiting for the new camp out utility to come out for 2024, so that when we land, you can deploy your tents, your pets, your fire pits, you can deploy all kinds of amazing things for your campsite. And it's persistent. So I can take off, fly around. And you can put down a smoke canister or more and activate them from your cockpit. So let's say I'm flying around and I forget where the heck I put my darn campsite. It's happened. I'm flying around the lake looking for it, and you can turn on your smoke canister. So that's a lot of fun. Anyway, the dice, the role-playing. I also role-play for the bad guys. And usually on every live stream, I try to give the bad guys an opportunity to sabotage my plane. And I'll roll the dice for them, and I have a random failure generator for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And it has different categories of things that a bad guy could go muck about with and cause a failure to happen. And then it's got triggers you can set and percentages you can set. So I roll to see if they can attack a system. If they're successful, I determine which system they're going to attack. And then I determine the percentage of their sabotage to happen. And then I turn on the random generator and it does the rest. And then sometimes it's instant. Sometimes it can happen. It can happen at any altitude, at any speed, at any time after that. And so there's that element of danger, most of the times I'm actually doing a career job in the simulator. So I'm trying to fly to point A to point B and make money or move passengers. And yeah, I don't want to be losing any passengers. I don't want to be losing myself. And anyway, that adds a lot of fun. A lot more fun to Microsoft Flight Simulator than just doing an ordinary live stream. But it is what you're looking for with some of those. Like if you're looking for the guy that's doing by the book, gets in the plane, does the checklists, goes over every detail of the flight plan, and does everything by the book, and is using analytics and then all kinds of other things. That's not so much me. I can get detailed, and we can do detailed is but more to the casual person watching. More for the casual person who is watching. It's 6:27 p.m. in Simland here, so these things are closed for the day. We'll wait until that thing closes. Now we're making 1,805. Oh, I forgot to turn that on today. That is the only downside, is forgetting, you know, when you're turning on and off so many things. Oh, I forgot. Oh yeah, I wanted to get down there. We added that go-kart track, and I wanted to kind of see it in action. There they go. Yeah, this would be fun if we had The Sims. This would be great if we had The Sims and you could click in and jump into one of your Sims and bring them over, or you know, all your friends and family, and get into one of these, and then hit the tab key and go into first person mode. The Tokyo drifting. Yeah, he's got good drift. That is why he won. I have an amazing story to tell you. So, it's good and bad. 9/11 happened. And of course, that's very, very bad. And everything shut down. And that weekend, we were supposed to go to Orlando for a tour of all of the parks. And so the immediate reaction was, we're going to cancel. And no, forget it. We're not going to cancel this. We're going. Okay, so I think this is maybe 3 days after it happened. And the parks were open. So we did it. We went down and went. And everybody else had canceled. I'd say 90%, I'm not exaggerating there, 90% of people canceled. All right, so now I said something really, really bad, and then something really, really good happened. That was really, really good. Going to all of the Orlando theme parks, and 99% of the people aren't there. So what triggered that memory is I'm looking at the line to get into our little speedway here. And that line is moving pretty good. And I was remembering other times being at theme parks, Disneyland, whatever. And these lines just taking forever. This is nothing. This line is moving. I remember lines like this, then they go through the building, and then they go out into the walkway, and they go. And you think, oh my gosh, I've made it. I am here. And then you finally get here, and then the time it takes to get from there to the, either way, it was nuts. And then I remember that time where there was no line. Probably for maybe at least till mid-afternoon on the next day. Maybe the longest wait. Funny, an old one too. Old Space Mountain. The longest wait was maybe 10 minutes. Maybe not that long. Yeah, can you imagine that? There are rides that were new and amazing, Buzz Lightyear rides and all kinds of cool rides. The Spider-Man ride, that wasn't a Disney park, that was another one. One of the most amazing rides in the world, and not just me saying it, it's been voted as one of the greatest rides in existence. The Spider-Man ride at, I think it's Islands of Adventure in Orlando. But I'm here to confirm that that's no BS. I had never experienced anything like it and anything as amazing. It was worthy of Amazing Spider-Man. Mind-blowing. So being able to get off of that and then turn around and get right back on it and experience it again. At one point earlier in one of the first day in the morning, as soon as we got off, the Disneyland people were like, there's no need to, if you want to do it again, there's no need to go back out to the start. We'll just open this area up here and just get back on it. Okay. So a once in a lifetime, just a cosmic lottery. The cosmic lottery, my friends. Theme park looks great, all lit up. They're open late. Not a lot of hope. Not a lot of people know that. Well, they will now. I mean, it's going to be out there in this replays of this live stream, but I'm happy to tell you that. Best part is, yeah, I was in awe, but I'm the adult. Think about the kids. What it was like for them. You know, I never used that against them in an argument or a fight. And they were angry. How can you be angry about anything else for the rest of your life when you got to experience a cosmic lottery win? Can you just stop for a minute, be quiet, and think about what you experienced at some point in your life? Or can you be mad at anything after that? Probably remind myself that more often. Man, it's after midnight and they're still going. Well, have a ball, y'all. This part says closed. Oh. No, maybe they're shuffling out now. They're still going, though. I see they're closing the lights down. Come on, kids. You gotta go home. Folks, you gotta go home. I gotta close this thing down. But we're tired. I get it. we had better go check on Norwich sooner than later and make sure that they're not running out of coal. No, they're doing great. But we haven't been running them at decent speed, so we... What about over here? I wonder if they topped it up, which is awesome. That's exactly what we want to happen. We want this guy to produce enough coal to send over here and keep this guy topped up. I only had him over here so that they could turn on the power and then forgot about him. But I really should give them some things. And for making sure the lights are on. I'll be happy to increase your land value. I can't believe it's taken so much to... Oh. I better not go crazy. They were super happy about that. I'm surprised they all just immediately jumped to density. Oops. Little pink houses. That Disney sim, I don't know that I'll ever play it, but that looks really nice. I always look at graphics, you know. So on the graphics side of things, the Disney MMO, I guess that's what it is. Very neat. Excellent. Well, I was very much hoping to be able to quickly find out how much we're going to make for processors, and it isn't happening. But I have to say, going about this strategy, forgive me, it's early in the morning. It is 4:09 in the morning. Oh my goodness, time flies. I was right. It's going to eat up entirely too much of my time. Please allow me a minute to just do a quick little ad thing here.
Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features? T-Tut Hill was compelled to become Kinneas.
Let's take it from the top. All three of them started again at once.
You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago.
Don't take
the creators' goal
over
was
that.
that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take SimCity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities. Authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, Old West farmland cities,
Cyber
create
cities,
interesting resorts and theme park destinations.
fighting monks.
Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity.
Yes.
Societies.
Yes.
Streets.
Oh yes.
Copter.
Yeah.
Parks.
Okay.
Town.
Uh-huh.
And even Spore.
I forgot
Finally, allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose. Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice. Anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in any one of the great Sim titles from the past.
I'm opinionated. Okay, so make sure, let me turn this off so the next time all three don't start at once.
Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast,
Say
get too
implode
impatient,
too fast.
and get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works.
That'd be something.
Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in there. It is. I liked, I redid the voiceover on that. My mic was all kinds of messed up. And, it's one of those, I think I liked the delivery in the first recording. It was a little bit more impassioned on the Jones part, you know. Really give it all I could, I think, on that second version, but definitely much clearer. Except speaking a little too fast. I get a little too excited in there and couldn't even make out what I was saying. Implode. Really take it fast, and I always seem to implode before I get to the good stuff. If this keeps up and we can start making some big money here, then we're set. And I can move on to trying to explore the good stuff. So, let me go into actually find out once and for all who I was watching earlier and who I need to give thanks to in their video. Go to my history. To give thanks to for saying, dude, start with the recycle plant, the processor factory, and the consumer electronics factory. Just no matter how much you have to spend, just drop them. Get them out there right away. And get this thing collecting alloy and plastics immediately. And if you can get this operational, that even if you're running 100,000 deficit, this thing's going to be making millions for you. He said, and then you can now enjoy playing SimCity. I think I added that part, but that's the gist of what he was saying. Okay, let me find out who it was. I've been watching a lot of stuff. Microchlorage, Circuitry and Galaxies, a new one released by the Thunderbolts project recently. Circuitry and Galaxies, it's a fantastic topic. The Philadelphia Experiment, fact or fiction? We're probably not the first civilization. Here's why. Okay, I found him. Z's Gaming Corner. SimCity 2013. Make millions, all in caps. Starting a new city. Full guide. 1 hour, 8 minutes, 47 seconds. Let me turn it on, get the link, and put it in the chat room. Uh-huh. Brain dumping? Uh-huh. Do. You're listening to Z. He gifted a town 10 million simoleons to jumpstart. All right, let me get his chat. Get the link to that. Okay, so if you want to find out what got me started tonight, it's watching Z's. There you go. That's in the chat room now. Okay, so all thanks to Z's for starting process behind tonight. He also mentions that he also shows how to design these things like back to back, which I didn't really pay attention to, and how to align these buildings properly so you use up a very, very small footprint, so you can do cool things like build large amusement parks, stadiums, airfields, and you have plenty of room for all of that. Once some of these areas, if I want to start making them expand, improve their wealth and start upgrading some of these roads to medium and high density, cause some of these to go big and then reduce other neighborhoods, kind of force everybody over there to start moving into towers. And then you have more room. As I was saying earlier, the most fun tonight by far was getting the amusement park DLC. That's been the best. Another thing that I don't really ever get to add because I suck is the Maxis Man, the active superhero, not just the Maxis Man statue. You can add Maxis Man. You go to the police department, and there's his building. He trains his body and mind to defeat Dr. Vu. And then this is Dr. Vu's tower if you want to have the bad guys running around. And I'll probably add him in because what's one without the other? So Dr. Vu increases all the tech levels of nearby industrial buildings, accepts freight shipments from local industry. But the kicker is when you plop it and you go into its properties, it creates henchmen and it creates criminals. And it creates the criminal syndicate. This one I don't remember what. Let's find out right now. We're going to put Maxis Man in. Put him right next to his statue. They'll never suspect. But we'll be cutting off the development of the growth of that commercial industry. Just put him right in the heart pretty much so he can take any road. I should build it off in case I have to change those roads. Then we do that. Oops. Oh, I'm right in my amusement park territory. Well, maybe we can build the rest out there. Well, let's put them over here. Save injured, 500 simoleons. Requires garage. Requires reticulator. Requires reticulator. Wow. Turbo machines garage. Maxis Man stores his turbo machine here to keep it safe from vandals. Maxis Man races to emergencies at high speed in his turbo machine. Much better than his regular ride, the cautious machine. Reticular landing pad. Maxis Man launches off on his reticulator from here to fight fires. When he's finished extinguishing fires around the city, he returns here to land, also useful for thwarting the plans of Dr. Vu. I can see him standing there. When we zoom in close enough, you can see him. He's in there. There he is. Oh, we lost him. Oh, he's just hanging out on the street. Oh, bugger, you're fast. Alright, so, there he is. Fight crime. He's on patrol. Trying to spot him out there. I don't see his. There he is. It's damn fast. All right. I heard the music playing next to his car. Fun. Yeah, we need to turn our crap back on. Remember to turn this one on today. On. I should probably just leave it on. Or that, you gotta turn it on a little bit earlier and allow people to get over here and get it going before 10 o'clock. Because now it's 10:06 and the workers haven't made it here. Losing money. Really happy to see that SimCity 2000 is available on the EA store. SimCity Societies, it says it downloads destinations, but they packaged it strangely, and I don't exactly know how to unpackage it properly to maybe get destinations to work for societies. Either way, there's a lot to explore in societies, and it's been... Today was a lot of... It was an eye-opener on the spiritual society. The society that I made. Learning a little bit about making the buildings provide synergy with one another. And ending up getting some fighting monks and getting some faith healers. Anyway, it's really interesting. The authoritarian stuff can be really, really strange and heavy. I mean, all of it is really interesting. So I look forward to exploring that with you in the middle of the afternoons if you have the time. If not, there'll be archived, so you can check them out anytime you want. Once I get my Jones for this satisfied and society satisfied, I'll be reloading The Sims. And I believe Christine has purchased everything for The Sims. Everything. So I'm going to go crazy getting to try everything. I've explored most of it, but all the latest stuff probably in the last year. Right after, which was first, Horse Ranch or For Rent? By the way, Horse Ranch For Rent time. I think it was Horse Ranch and then For Rent. So I played the heck out of it, and but then needed to do other things. So we're gonna pick it up there. Hey, just remember you made a big difference in a universe today. And I want to thank you very much. I mean, huge. You're making a huge impact right now. Wheels of Wonder. Okay, it's working. 9,612 right at the moment, a day in profit. I think he made like the highest I saw was 17,000, over 17,000. Oh, it doesn't do the whole week. Yeah, I better just leave it on. Look at this big influx of people coming. I think there might be a first-person mod. I'll have to look into that. They're so well dressed going to the amusement park. Okay, what haven't we built onto this thing? Oh yeah, you can make a... This is why we need to move this. You can make a train ride. Look at all those people. Maybe we can do without destroying the backup power. mini train. Gotta get that Ferris wheel in there. Bluebeard's pirate ship. Forgot about that. Oh, those will make you hurl. The drop tower. I forgot about it. Let me find out if you can create elevated track with this thing. Yep. Whoa. Yeah, it's too bad. I didn't know that they had this, so I didn't anticipate enough space around the thing to possibly go, oh, that works, actually. Wow. No. It said, nah, it rejected me. To build a crazy rail system for them. Oh, what's going on? It's not laying it down. Well, that's not good. I hope it's not broken. Cannot draw a road through placed buildings. It's not a road, that's train tracks. Okay. The hell do you connect the train then? I don't know what it's seeing as an obstacle. I hate deleting that. That was it. It saw that next building as interrupting it somehow. Oops. These guys went pale. We've been visited by aliens. Oh, it's because I'm in Silly View. Right? Yeah. I don't see him working it though. Check our junctions. It should work. I don't know. Don't know. Well, I suppose there's a cheap and simple way to solve this. Oh, they're coming in. Rider 0 out of 100. Inline 43 out of 100. 44, 45. I swear I saw a puff of smoke. I see the puff of smoke, but I don't see anything happening. Or maybe it's supposed to come back in this side. That's probably it. We shall see. Maybe. There's a street problem? Shouldn't be. Oh, they just decided to leave? What? Where's everybody? They're hiding? What's going on? What happened now? Oh. 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, while they're doing that. I like it. All right. See now. How are you going? Now that what happened? They got scared. They're all running away. Oh, they all decided, oh, we want to ride in the cars. There they go. Work, baby, work. Yeah, we did it. Let's slow it down. Where you guys at? Did this version have filters? May have. Graphics. Filter. Colorblind optimized. Juicy. Film noir. Black and white, huh? Nah. I just have to try juicy. What does that mean? I don't know. Is it just richer? What makes this juicy? I see it kind of puts like a cyan tone to it. Ah, my eyes bleached. Teal and orange. Okay. Well, that's pretty interesting. Uh, kind of like the film noir, but I was pretty impressed with the teal and orange. Now is that it for the? We didn't add Bluebeards. Bluebeard's pirate ship and the Dizzy Drop Tower. Baba. We don't have to add them all in. And build it in another one. But we get the pirate ship in. And I'm good. Well, we're good. I wonder if you can still just stick normal. No, I guess you can't. You have to be in this thing. It's gonna say a normal park or blah blah blah. But that's fine. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out Aha, the pirate ride. I hope I set this one up right. Hopefully there's no catch to this one. There we go. Good. Those are always fun. Didn't usually make you too sick. Wow. That's pretty crazy. I like it. I don't know about you folks, but it's a little after the top of the hour and I'm ready for a recharge of the coffee. Please stand by. Let me play a little clip here and I'll be right back. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago. The creator's goal was that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take SimCity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities. Authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, Old West farmland cities. Create interesting resorts and theme park destinations. Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity. Societies, streets, copter, parks, town, and even Spore. To finally allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose. Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice. Anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in
any one of the great sim titles from the past.
Man, that guy sure is opinionated. Jeez. All right. It is 9:50 p.m. in the evening in the sim world. Yeah, that is an interesting color filter. I think I really like it. Something about it makes it feel just a touch more real, almost. The other one really does bring out some vivid colors. Let's just look at it normal again. Not a whole lot different, but look at, you can really see the purples. Pretty neat. Yeah, and it kind of faded like the inks. All right, where are we at with this city? 10:30 at night. And we're losing money. How are they doing anyway? They're not full yet. So all night long, really what we've been waiting for, this has all just been fun. We've actually had money tonight and got to enjoy some wonderful content. But ultimately, we've been waiting for this to happen. That's for these guys to fill up these guys, which they did, which created a whole bunch of processors, which we finally got shipped over here. But now these guys need more alloy and plastics before they'll produce the first group of TVs. So now we're back to waiting on the recycle plant to finish filling up these bins so the delivery trucks wake up and deliver that stuff. And I want to thank the Z's Gaming channel for, and that link is in the chat room. The gentleman who put up the video saying, hey, do this first. Think about that. He's saying, think about building that first. And after this is the ninth night of live streaming for me, and everything up to this point is just collapsed. And so far, following his thinking, well, it hasn't paid off yet, but we're on the way. I've been trying to shut down these things at night when they're closed, but I got to remember to turn them on earlier than their start time. It's taking the workers quite a while to get there to get everything running. But by turning those things off, we're making 1,421. Okay, they're closed. So just for a short period in the evening, we can try to build up our money a little bit. And that was closed. So 2,121. All right, let's speed up time. Yeah, that guy is really opinionated. I think he makes some good points, though. And it's all said with the best of intentions. That movie, Jerry Maguire. Help me help you. And help you help me. I don't think they said that part, but it's all said from the heart. Speaking of said from the heart, I can't thank you enough. You made a big difference in the universe today. And you're making a big difference right now in a universe of things. So I want to thank you for that. And always remember you're a powerful force in the universe. Okay, 7 o'clock in the morning. I need to turn things back on. I said I was supposed to turn them on a little quicker. Not such a big deal with these guys. They're not bringing in the tourists so much. Just a little bit. I better turn this on now. I don't think we need that on. We don't have any real crime at the moment. Put Maxis Man to sleep for a bit. And go. So each one of these is 2 trucks. And I purchased these guys hoping that they would, you know, as immediately as I have stock, they would be delivering it. But they don't seem to. Let me turn on the TV place. And see if they'll deliver. And we desperately need them to do that. Quickly. They deliver. They're delivering alloy. They're delivering some plastics. Glory, hallelujah. Thank you, Sims. Make me some TVs. They're doing it. They're making some TVs. The recent fires were not accidental. We have an arsonist out there. We're going to end up sicking Maxis Man back on him. I wish I had my fighting monks from Simcity societies. Have them try to track down and deal with that arsonist. My monks are going to get all Shaolin on you. So today I'm hoping I can produce some masters. So at the monastery in SimCity Society. SimCity Societies. And I think at the monastery. There's a chance that they'll produce faith healers and fighting monks and masters. Not entirely sure what they are, like Buddhist monk masters. Pretty neat game. Okay, so here shortly they are producing TVs. And they have a delivery truck, and their delivery truck now, when they're ready, they'll start filling this up. TVs. 158,125 per 1,000. This is what we've been waiting for all night long. Happy to see it. So we've got it started. It's all basic, but we've got it started now. What we need to do is slowly start ramping up everything so that these guys are working at the same time and these guys are able to produce or gather much more so that they can keep both of these supplied at the same time. I can probably do that if I turn these both off and just let it fill up and fill up the trade depot ahead of time with alloy and plastics. Add a couple more bins. And then turn it back on. That sounds like a good idea. Wait for this group of TVs to get made and use up the first group of processors. Tonight I kind of felt old for the first time. in a long time, I guess. So we were sitting down, we were watching YouTube earlier, and episodes of the Hollywood Squares. It's a game show. 1970s. I don't know when it started, but these episodes were from the 1970s. And we watched 2 episodes of the Hollywood Squares. And I got to see a very, very young Burt Reynolds. And he only got called on once. And he was there, and Peter Marshall, whoever the show host is. Since Burt Reynolds got called and he had a moment to ask him, hey, so, you know, what movie what movie are you currently working on? And Burt Reynolds says, Gator, yeah. And that was pretty much it. But he was sitting there bored. He's like, yeah, remember me, I'm here. But so young that he wasn't like, you know, he hadn't completely blown up as he did later, like the Smokey and the Bandit ears and interesting stuff. I don't know what Peter Davidson was in other than That's Incredible. And that's what I remember him from. But he was there, and everybody was so young. Paul Lynde. What a quick wit. Jonathan Winters. Bob Newhart, Sid Caesar, Ed McMahon. Although Ed McMahon, I think Ed McMahon was always old. I can't remember I've ever seen Ed McMahon young. Uh-oh. Ooh, our water. I am so surprised we've made it this long. Check this out. I didn't put in an industrial water when I first built this thing. I think I just threw down just one water tower. And it's been powering the town the whole time. Just this one lone water tower. That's crazy. All the industry being everything. I can't believe. That'd be like in a cartoon, man. That thing's just working itself to death. The whole water tower. That'd be great. Great cartoon animation. This whole thing just heaving and sweating water busting out everywhere. And it's just, can't take it anymore. I swear I'm not on anything. So earlier in life, I used to call myself an artist, and I did a lot of cartooning and stuff. And I wanted to get into animation, so my brain just kind of does that stuff. Can hear you now. Uh-huh. Sure. No, it's true. You can look me up on the internet. I've got past. Type in Kinneas. And type in Star Trek next to it too. Kinneas. Star Trek. I'm gonna pull up all kinds of stuff. Maybe I've said too much. That was all good. Mostly. Eight o'clock in the morning. Nine. Again, I don't think we need that thing on. But enough about me. Again, thank you. Thank you so much. You're the VIP in the universe today. In my universe today. And I can't thank you enough. It's been worth not getting any sleep over. And you made all the difference in the world. So, thank you so much. How you doing over here? Oh! Gotta be careful about that. Alright, we're almost out of the first batch of processors. So in just a moment here, he should deliver all of those to our trade depot. $54 p.m. Try to do by 5 o'clock, senor. We're losing a lot of money during the day. Too much. Oh yeah, the water thing. Yikes. Oh, I brought up the Kinneas Star Trek thing because I did a lot of art for the Hailing Frequency podcast and a lot of art for little Star Trek cartoons and not anything like licensed, but and other art out there. Long time ago. All right, 10 o'clock at night. Ooh. Tomorrow we'll turn them on and then we'll turn the trade depot on and see if we can get that done. They're not going to like it, but I'm going to have to raise their taxes back up a little bit. Yeah, we need to recover. Beating down this low is no bueno. So looks like we have some messed up buildings. V's Gaming was also right that 2 incinerators running right from the start, get them up as fast as you can, will keep all of your garbage in check. And we haven't had any accumulation on our dump. The wind is blowing out to sea, so we're not covering the city with the funk. And we've got enough overnight to send Maxis Man out, wake him up, and send him out to fight crime. So if you look for an M out there on the field, see if we can spot him. How do we spot him? Little handcuff symbols. Mexican seared muscle. Interesting way of saying barbecue. $5:30 in the morning. Turn these guys on. I'm surprised these guys did not inspire these guys over here to increase. Am I missing one? Why don't they want to go? None of these guys around here so far really want to go up. We haven't actually spent any time looking at this today. I haven't seen any hot air balloons. Not enough freight shipments. Okay. They really want those people moving in, and I want the businesses to increase. Let's try to start increasing the density of these places and start moving these people away from the pollution. Yikes, I forgot to totally turn this on. And this. Okay, guys, and turn on the trade depot. So now what we want to see is, what I want to see is, I want to see this guy deliver these crates of TVs to this trade depot. That's what I want, what I really, really want. Oh, they filled up the alloy. No, I'm reading wrong. But they did over there at the electronics factory. That's nice. They're filling up the plastic. Well, there's nobody even over there working at the moment. Oh, there they go. All production stopped because there's no processors, but that shouldn't stop the delivery trucks. I would think. That you guys working? You gonna put some boxes in? Bring us some TVs? Come on. Okay. He's delivering the TVs. There they are. And we're making 585,000. See how much we can make on these here in a minute. So these are set to export. Sold. 746,000. 158,125 per 1,000. We just got loaded up again. And we're making 2,147 an hour with those density increases on the other side of town. 748,000. 908,000. We're back up to our starting money. Wow, it's working. Okay. I'm just gonna let these guys chill for a minute. Turn that off. Leave this open. Now I want the recycle place. Now start loading these guys up with backup alloy and plastic. So that's an alloy storage. It's a plastic storage. How much more can we add? Alloy. Limit reached. Well, in this case, then let me take out the TV storage lot, and we'll build a trade port just for that over there, closer to it. And we need another plastic. All right, so we want the recycle place to fill these up and load them up. So then we can turn it back on, and then he'll start furnishing or whatever. These guys will come out and start working. We'll see if we can try to get one of these guys or these guys to be working every day or non-stop or the best we can. Okay, so another. I hope that made any sense. It's 5:50 in the morning. One moment, please. Okay. A trade depot. Yeah, and we'll set it up for TVs. We should probably set it up for processors and do the same thing. Fill up the trade depot, then make a bunch of processors, then make a bunch of TVs. Something like that. But we can mess with that later. Just at least get it something in place. Okay. Making 5,000 an hour. Wow. Christine's up, and that means one of the finest pot of coffees is being made. I made the pot earlier, and but some people have special skills, you know, they're mutants or something, and she has a special skill with coffee, in making coffee, and it just is always better than my coffee. So that's headed my way here in a moment. I probably don't need it. Should probably pass out. I think I've achieved everything I needed to achieve in tonight's live stream. So, the gentleman V's Gaming, whose video inspired me to start this way tonight. At one point I was saying, I'm not going to be able to do that. How in the world am I going to be able to get that all in place? Because he's like, okay, the first thing you need to do is send 10 million simoleons over to your other town and do this. And I'm like, wait a minute. How in the world am I going to get that first 10 million, Mr. Z? He's like, well, look, I've already done it. Look, I've got 7 cities going here. I'm trying to, over the course of 8 nights so far, trying to get these cities working. I've just been doing the same region over and over and over again, trying to get it going. And he busts out this map with, I think, seven cities in it. Fantastic. So he's like, yeah, so now take 10 million simoleons and go to your next town and do this again. Immediately drop the recycle plant. Immediately put down the processor plant and the electronics plant. And try to get those operational as fast as possible. And that's where you want your money to come from. You know, and then he says, then you have the luxury of creating whatever kind of city you want. And you're not always struggling like I have been. And, he shows better ways to lay things out so you make a much smaller footprint as well. So you have more space to build fun things like this giant amusement park over here that we built tonight. And I still have things I could spend on. We have a lot more little tiny things to put, like benches, a lot more benches and concession stands to put out there to finish off the amusement park here. There's only one thing we weren't able to get, and it's like a drop, but I might be able to move some of this stuff, some of these roads maybe, and we might be able to fit it in here. So the last time we checked, the first couple of days profit, about $11,000 a day. Then I was impressed when we hit 17,000, and now we're making 37,218 simoleons a day with this place. 146 low wealth, 459 medium wealth, and 412 high wealth tourists. And again, we've got more concession stands that we can drop Now, I was wondering if these were going to, once they raised, if they were hotels. Good. Upgrade roads to increase density. The Empire. All right, let's do it. Let me cut this road right here and downgrade this road. I don't want a heavy industry plant right here. Right next to a water source too. What a dummy am I. Matter of fact, let's just get rid of it. Gonna create ground pollution anyway and go right into the water supply. Oops. I slipped. Oh, there was a break in the road too, and broke it. I think we might be able to turn some of these off. Can we go in and turn off the trucks? We don't need these guys. Not really. Save a couple of dollars. Simoleons. We don't need all of them working until we can fill up all of these. As always, I offer, if you have any content that you want us to know about, anything that you're working on, you want to talk about it, please feel free to let us know what you're doing in the chat room if you want. If you want to post links to, I don't know if YouTube allows it or not. I don't know. I was able to post a link from the host. But if there's anything you want to, if you want to show off your channel, feel free to use the chat for that. If you have any questions, please, I guess. If you have any comments about anything, especially concerning The Sims, the future of The Sims, SimCity, any of the Maxis history product line, I'm all ears or eyes. Okay, 4,338 an hour. We're over 1 million. I'm so glad I'm running this on a system from 2025 now. or at least 2024. And it not having a problem running everything, all the animations and... Oh yeah, little train. Normally, you know, in the past, it's always been kind of hard keeping up with Maxis and certain game titles. You know, you're always behind, it seems, computer-wise. Especially Maxis early on, I always felt like, oh, I always needed a brand new computer. So anyway, it's finally nice to have a computer that is, you know, way, way, way more than what was ever imagined that this thing would need. Reminds me of the very first time I saw X-Wing. The X-Wing video game, the original, the one that came on floppy disks. I swore it was a brilliant piece of coding. The original was a brilliant, brilliant piece of coding with the ability to expand to the capability of the computer. And so I had been playing it on my own computer and my friend's computer for, I don't know, several years. And finally, we went over to another friend's house who was the first of us to get the 200mmx processor. Maybe 1995 or so. And that was a big deal at the time. Oh my gosh, this processor is so powerful. Da, 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 da. And we put X-Wing on it. And it was moving so fast. None of us had ever seen it move like that. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. The speed. Like now, you know, we thought we were good X-Wing players. We're like, oh, this is going to be brutal. It's fast. And then after that, they always kind of, whatever the software, the Totally Games, whoever took over X-Wing and TIE Fighter. Their software was kind of, hey, derpy. And so we put their stuff on that computer and it just lackluster. My point was, you know, putting this thing on, turning it on full, and have it just race around and handle all this without any fuss. And this is just one. We're going to have 3 cities going. And a lot more going on. So way earlier in the evening, I had a tangent that I started talking about, and as always, squirrel, and I forget what I'm talking about. And I was saying that I was so happy to see that SimCity 2000 is available for purchase in the EA store. And that's fantastic. And I would really, really, really love to check that out again. But I'm not so inclined because they have not reissued Streets of SimCity and SimCopter. I don't feel any need to pick it up or do anything with it if they're not going to re-release Simcopter and Streets of SimCity. And if I was EA, I would make sure that that was done right now and that everybody knew about it. That, hey, you need to check this out if you've never seen this. And now that you've all got good computers, get SimCity 2000, get Streets of SimCity and Simcopter. And I am hoping if they do that, the experience will be great. I would love to see Simcopter run on this machine. Well, both of those. Somebody not too long ago on YouTube published an AI, like an AI overlay of Streets of SimCity. An AI upgrade to the graphics, something like that. Far out. All right, this commercial structure finally is going over here. We were hoping these guys were going to move. The Empire. Cook and Book Accounting. Ontario North. Picayune. Microloans. Oh, that is interesting. Picayune. The reason why I say that is I've been watching Streets of SimCity videos again. And at that time in Maxis Gaming, they didn't have Simlish. Simlish was not a thing yet. And so Maxis used to do all the radio and music stuff was all in English. All the radio commercials, all their TV commercials. They were scripted out, and Streets of SimCity takes place, they talk about Picayune a lot. The Picayune newspaper and the local whatever. So they're constantly mentioning in their ads Picayune. So I think that's where this name is coming back. It's a throwback to Streets of SimCity. This as a DLC, I was disappointed. I mean, I don't. There's nothing to it. Just one ploppable, and when you go into it, you just get a mooring that you can put around, and that's it. And so they made this a DLC, and that was just kind of a little bit of a slap in the face. This one over here, though, the amusement park, totally made up for it. So as a DLC, when I first saw it, I'm like, oh no. I thought the same thing. It would just be one little plot. You plop it and that's it. You know, maybe a couple of things to add on. I wasn't expecting this and all the content that you can get to make the amusement park. That is a huge footprint. A lot of fun. So I think if Simmers, the Sims people today could experience get 2000, get Streets, and get Copter, well, I think they'll have a much better understanding of what could be possible with the Sims. And I know I was talking about the coffee coming up, and it's 16 minutes after the hour, and stayed up this far. Might as well keep going for a little bit. You're here. If you're here, I'm here. So I just want to thank you again. Thank you so much for being here. You make all the difference in the universe today. In my universe. Make all the difference. So please excuse me just a moment while I go grab a cup of coffee for us. And I will be right back. Okay. I'm coming back. Oh, that is just a darn good cup of coffee. If you're older, you might remember Twin Peaks. A darn fine cup of coffee. I think Agent Cooper would agree. That is a darn fine cup of coffee. Sad that we've lost Gordon Cooper. What was his name? Gordon. I can't remember. I'm getting old. My brain's going. Now I'm mad. My memory. I can't get the name of the character. Gordon Cole. So, yeah, in this last year, we have lost FBI agent Gordon Cole. He was Blue Rose. And that's I think that's stranger than X-Files, right? Like X-Files is weird stuff, but I think the Blue Rose group is the really weird stuff. I know, right? Weirder than X-Files? I think recently I saw some sort of press release moving around social media saying that Disney is going to produce a new X-Files series. I won't say no. Can't say no. I mean, if that's cool. Sure. All right, so what am I trying to do here? What am I waiting on? We're over 1 million. I can start developing other things now, like putting in education. I think I'm just a little stunned that things are actually working well. And now I see that the Trade Depot is starting to fill up on alloy and plastics. And they're on the way to filling that thing up. And I see some over there that is ready to go and move. Oops. Oh, that's a neat building. What is it? Inexpensive theater. The Maxis Super Llama. That's a great building. I like it. Good job. Let's check out these posters. Kind of weird. I want to reward you for that. Oh, I wonder if I'll ruin it if I put down and change the land value. Hmm. $20,000 people. So the other aspect of playing this, again, as you look around, let me zoom out a little bit and show you the RCI. I put a lot of industry among the residences, and it was all low density stuff mostly, and try to make sure that there's a place for them to work and a place for them to shop close by. And that's keeping most of them off the road so we don't have any wicked traffic jams. Because I'm going to have to increase the garbage trucks and the recycle trucks and the service trucks and start increasing all that. And so 20,000 people running around in their cars is going to clog everything. And so you might want to consider that when you're starting. That I know it's, just plug your nose and deal with it, because I know that a lot of us, and I know I have in the past, I want to keep all my industry as far away from my people as possible so that they don't get any pollution. And I guess unless you can get a perfect mass transit system in place to move them from wherever they're at over there, so you keep them off the road. But either way, this is working pretty darn good. Has been. Because by this time, I would already have traffic backed up through the whole region. Horrible traffic. Horrible. What time is it? 28 minutes after the hour. Give me just a moment, please. There's no station identification required when doing live streams. I think I just like doing them out of habit. Stand by this. Like, don't say it. Take a moment for our sponsors anymore. It's so outdated. Please allow a moment for like an advertising so we can pay the bills. They say don't say that anymore either. You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago. The creators' goal was that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take SimCity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities. Authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, Old West farmland cities,
Fighting
create
monks.
interesting resorts and theme park destinations.
Fighting monks.
Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity. Societies, streets, copter, parks, town.
I forgot tower.
And even Spore.
Yeah.
To finally allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose.
Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice. Anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in any one of the great Sim titles from the past. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. It is. But tonight, it's been a good madness. The last few nights, not so much. A madness. Tonight is good madness. Everything's going well. So I'm dropping a couple more industries over there. One of these wanted to go belly up. I don't know if it... I don't think they wanted it. I think they wanted me to destroy it. I don't think they wanted this industry here. They're ready for me to get these out of here. So hopefully the other jobs are close enough. Some of these people might commute, might use their cars to get over there, but I think we're okay. Surprisingly, they're like, we're good. We're good. Normally this is always up, the demand for residential. And everybody's like, look, okay, good. I think we're good. Okay, they're back up. So the darker color, or the lighter color, if you will, that's in this city right here. Now the real intense green on the medium residential demand, that's for the region in general. So there's a high demand, you can see it behind it, and then a high demand of the deep green. And we'll be able to satisfy that shortly. Maybe tomorrow. I like this. I like seeing all the little green faces. It's good. We got to sell our first big batch of TVs tonight. 158,000 for 1,000. Lovely. Are they going full density? The Empire? Is that the Empire? That's the Empire.
interesting the way they ratcheted it up. Darn fine cup of coffee. This is messed up down here. Those patches. Not really going to fill that. I don't think that one is going to go, so pause and delete that. And that way we can put something cool in there. I don't know that that thing has been working all game. I don't know that... I haven't seen a balloon pop out of this thing once. Yeah, we should see hot air balloons popping out of that thing. An amphitheater. Yeah. Okay, so it's passive. You don't have to click on it and make it do anything. All right, 6:42 in the morning. What time is it where you're at? All right, they finished building over here. What do we have? No. No, they haven't. It's like they started over. What? It changed its mind? And it actually downsized. What? Because it was filling up to this space here. What just happened there? Let me speed it up. See what it turns into. Yeah, it's a bummer. It was looking like it was going to be all ambassadorial. It's a different crane. And over there across the street from the amphitheater, taking off. Hey, if you have to take off, I see some people are. Hey, you have a great day. Thank you again for tuning in. You made all the difference in my universe today. Big time. I mean, seriously. From the bottom of my heart, cheers. You have a wonderful day. To those people that have already left, here's to you in spirit. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Wow. It's still going. That's interesting. What is that in the middle? Oh, like a pool. Oh. Resort. Ah, the elevators. Very reminds me of Star Trek. Swank Resort. Oh, cool. It did. It put those ambassadorial flags. Yeah, and it cleaned up all those little, like, I don't know what to call them. Those windows. So now, since they downsized, probably want me to... I can give them more here. What's up with the trees? They hadn't fully phased in from the other dimension, Captain. Ah. I see. That overlaps. I could take our building out. Bring the whole thing down, Captain. Don't do it. Okay, good. Almost full. I can't believe the good luck tonight. Everything has just been working wonderfully. I've been stressing about going broke. Everything's been going fantastic. Does that guy look like Ryan Reynolds to you down there in the corner saying zones? He wants to tell me something. Yeah, it kind of looks like Ryan Reynolds to me. It seems that even if you did not put down the processor factory and the electronics factory, that early on, if you're stressed about not spending that kind of cash right up front, that you could still just drop the recycle plant and have it do what I'm doing here, fill up your trade depot, and just sell the ore in plastic, because it actually sells for a pretty good price. So let's go to the global market. So plastic. $21,000 per 1,000. 42,000 per 10. So that's not shabby at all. So I wanted this thing to fill up, not to sell, but to fill either one or more of these trade depots up. And then once we have plenty in stock, then turn on the processing plant again, and then turn on the consumer electronics factory. So there's always enough storage that these can stay working. When they stop and start, you can lose a lot of money really quickly. What other fun things can we do? We still haven't really committed to really doing good by the citizens yet. We don't have any libraries. We don't have any. We have the elementary school, but they've been really stingy and only putting the buses out there for the rich kids. Let's see what our education level is like at this point. There's one library over here for these folks to take advantage of. There was. There it is. So slowly but surely they're increasing their education level. No tech levels. We would need a university and a community college. Simoleon popcorn. Oh, I forgot to turn these back on. Oh, it's 7 o'clock at night. Oh, they're closed. Needs freight. Going out of business. Oh, it'd be a shame to lose that place. Well, first thing, I'm breaking my own rule, and I shouldn't put these on the main road. Whoops. That is definitely one of the downsides when you do get attached to a building and then you fail it because you're a crappy mayor, don't put in enough freight, and you end up losing a building like that. Oh, the pain. Now, I don't know if we'll need a trade depot for freight, but kind of like what we're doing over there is stockpiling what we need. I'm going to put a trade depot here temporarily. And I'm going to see if we have any. But at the moment, it says they're waiting for freight. They want more freight, so. All right, so we bought the maximum amount of trucks. So what I'm hoping for now is to get some people coming over here to work, and they'll hurry out there to grab any freight that's available and bring it back here. And then they will also take it, I think, to the places that need it. So, or they'll get it over to the store. I don't know, but hopefully they can start moving freight a lot quicker through the town. That's the hope anyway. And if so, then we might not lose this place. It can hurry up. Unrelated trivia question, but this is triggering something. In the James Bond world, in the world of James Bond, novels, everything, the world of James Bond, what is the business that James Bond uses as his cover story? What is the name of the business that James Bond, like if he handed you a business card, what would the name of the business, what is the name of the business? If you know, then you win. Just whatever you can imagine winning, you win it without looking it up. Throw any answers you might have in the chat room. A clue is on the screen right at the moment. And none of our Sims have been really freaking out tonight, and they usually do. They get really problematic, and all of a sudden, oh, the crime, or this, or that, or this, and they're just really on you and complaining, and they've just been very cool tonight. Is that a giant sign? Yeah. running a little low on power. Uh-oh. High taxes. Well, we are making 5,000 an hour, and that is really fantastic. Plus, they're cleaning. They made 43,000. Okay. $1,260. They're heading out of town. Where you headed? There's something out there in nowhere land that is attracting them and they want to go. Or that's just the tourists coming to our amusement park and they're just going home. Ah. Well, we'll keep the taxes low for a little bit. Hopefully that will inspire more people to move in real quick. And should have done it when I had the money. Just left it. And I still can, but thinking about putting in the high school and possibly the community college, at least, so that we could possibly inspire or get high tech. And that way we don't have to worry about any of these industrial zones really becoming too bad, and we can convert them all to high tech and or cleaner industry. Or again, try to figure out the commute thing. Drop the drop the train station, and then again try it again with Norwich Hills. Try to create a group of jobs up here and see if we can get people to commute from here and actually go over. They've been just fighting me tooth and nail. I mean, some people will go over, but I need a lot more people to use, you know, to go over there and work, and they just weren't doing it. They haven't been doing it. Been driving me mad. Hey, good morning. Thank you for tuning in. You making my universe today. You're making my universe today. Been making my universe all night, and I really appreciate it. So if I'm not mistaken, in the James Bond novels and in the world of James Bond, if he was going to hand you a business card, I believe it would say Universal Exports on it. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that that's the cover business that he uses. It never seems to work, right, though, in the movies? Right? Anywhere he goes, it's just like immediately the bad guys know who he is. He never gets to fake him out. And at some point, they're like, oh my gosh, you're not really a guy from Universal Exports. You're a spy for MI6 or 5, whatever you're a spy for. But they always know him. They're like, aha, Mr. Bond. Sure, good thing he can fight, because they always know he's a spy right away. And this should all be set to use locally, right? This is our new one. They're supposed to be out there grabbing the freight. Must add storage slots. We did. That's what those are. I suppose, I'm guessing then, with it not loading up, that the freight is being used as fast as they're making it. What about this guy over here? Is he still mad? He was mad he wasn't getting enough freight. So it looks like he's stable. But he was angry. Those signs are kind of in sync with the music. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. No, I remember what I wanted to drop down. Oh, this building went out. No shoppers. That's a bummer. It might put us in a hole a little bit, but I really wanted to get this Japanese radio tower under culture, under landmarks. This thing broadcasts J-dramas and anime to all the homes in your city. That would interfere with development. That would interfere with their growth. That will interfere with their train station. Yeah, right there. Excellent. Ugh, bit my tongue. Excellent. Everybody's going to get anime and cool television programming. One of the only landmarks that really, I mean, some of them do other things, but not really like, they'll raise land value. And this one does that too, but one of the only ones that does something extra. Oh, I just saw this guy up on top of the roof there with his sign. Well, at the moment, this trade depot and all those trucks are just sitting there worthless. Seems all the freight is going right out to businesses. So it seems. So just shut you down for now. Oh, that's great. It puts us only at negative 303. Yeah, and what about Maxis Man? Let's put him to rest for a little while. We have not added any churches in, and those are free. This one takes up a lot smaller footprint though. Let's see. That one's not so bad. Nope. I guess they're all the same. Just seems bigger. You get 4 of these free per, is it region or just city? It's per city. Let it relax. 414 an hour. "21 minutes after the hour." What a long night. "1 p.m. this afternoon," like 5 hours from now. I get to do an entirely different type of simulator. 1 p.m. this afternoon, Monday through Friday. Well, Monday through Thursday. Because Fridays I've been doing the official Microsoft Flight Simulator community fly-in flights, and that's it's a giant multiplayer fly-in activity. So the whole sky's filled with aircraft, and we all follow the flight plan for that week. It's usually in some cool location. But flight simulation, yep. I love it, I love it. And the live stream is called Sky Dude. And it's very fun. It's career mode. Well, here, let me play. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a pause? After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T-Tut Hill was compelled to become Kinneas, a sky dude. Right. So the sky dude. And normally an average cover might look something like, let's just pull up yesterday's. Should be seeing that now. Episode 302. We had a cargo run in the Cessna Caravan. It's in Alaska, and Alaska was trying to kill me the last 2 days. The last two flights, they were live weather, and the weather up in the upper elevations is very cold and very the aircrafts were icing up, and it really made life difficult. But I survived both flights in the last couple of days, and I'm still up north, and I don't know where our flights are going to take us today, but we're up north in Alaska, flying territory I've never flown before. I've been joking that all the jobs that I'm getting are conspiring to send me over to Russia, and they just might. So I get to whatever, depending on what jobs the planes change. I don't really get to pick what aircraft I want, and it changes up a lot. Sometimes one of these, sometimes an airliner. They've got prop spraying. They have all kinds of fun things to do. Anyway, that's going to be 1 p.m. today, the next episode of Sky Dude. If I don't pass out after all this, just rumble. Yeah, I think I'd better wrap it up. I see you out there, and I want to stick around because I see you here. But at the same time, it's like, oh, you know, I could rumble if I don't get a little bit of sleep before this afternoon and come back and end up crashing my aircraft on the next live stream. Then after that, after a break in the afternoon, come back for Simcity Societies, and then back tomorrow night. It's going fantastic, and we'll get to see this thing will get filled up, and we'll see if we can't get the processor plant and the TV plant working solid all day long, even if we have to build a couple more of these to make sure that we have plenty in stock. Keep these things rocking, and then just see how much money we can make. Then we'll if we make an abundance, let's do what was recommended in Mr. Z's video, and we'll send a big gift over to this other town so they don't have to sweat, and we'll do it again, and we'll specialize that town into something else. But at the moment, this is our kind of like amusement town. And we might make a gambling town, or we'll see what we can come up with. We'll specialize the other city, though, the other two cities. And we'll finally be in a position to actually probably fully leverage Norwich Hills over there. I've never been able to really take advantage of all the mining, all the coal mining or ore mining, or all the oil fields over there, and do something wonderful with those. So we'll get to all that tomorrow night. And I want to tell you again, thank you so much. You really did. You've made so tired. I can't talk. You have made a huge difference in the universe today. You're a very positive force. And I hope that you have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be. And I will see you soon. Please like and subscribe so if you want to come back or see what I'm doing. Cheers. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, somewhat mannered, T-Tut Hill was compelled to become Kinneas, a sky dude. You may have noticed lately that the Sims community has been blowing up, wanting all kinds of new gameplay features that are actually not new at all, and were kind of promised by EA and Maxis over 30 years ago. The creator's goal was that eventually all the Sim titles could work together to give you the best darn Sim experience ever. Take Simcity Societies here, and its expansion called Destinations. This would allow Sims players to create even more thematic cities,
authoritarian cities, creative cities, spiritual cities, old west farmland cities. Create interesting resorts and theme park destinations. Anyway, I'm playing this now again to explore all the features I never did in the past and to do some light ranting at EA and Maxis to bring back SimCity. Societies, streets, copter, parks, town, and even Spore. To finally allow all the products to optionally work together if you choose. Now that it's 2025, seamless integration would be nice. Anyway, Sims community and Sims social influencers, everything you are asking for now for The Sims can most likely be found in any one of the great Sim titles from the past. Do you ever get a Jones to play something you haven't played in a long, long time? Well, I have a SimCity 2013 Jones. It's been nagging at me for days. So I reinstalled it from the EA app, but I'm not sure that I'm happy about that. It's a madness, I tell you, a madness. It's going to consume up entirely too much of my time. You see all this fancy stuff they're displaying in this intro teaser? Well, I always seem to implode before I ever get to the fancy future stuff. I think I develop too fast, get too impatient, get a little too crazy with trying some things. So my Jones wants me to try to take it a bit slower on the development and pay close attention to the basics of population growth and basic resource demands. I want to try to get multiple cities working together, buying and selling resources and goods, then work up to regional transportation, then work up to all the future fancy stuff, and then maybe even, finally, create one of the great works. Now, that all sounds good right now, but I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. Anyway, I got the SimCity Jones, I tell you. The Jones! And it's a madness. The previous show not brought to you by Velveeta.